Okay. Wow, why is there 150, 60 people here? I gotta take my robe off, oh my goodness. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay, and I don't sound like a garbage truck. It's starting. Yay, it started. Yes. Wait, is this a stream or a It's a stream. It's a live stream. Or I'm live streaming things because director's commentaries go on another channel. But we just had to today. Hi everyone. Hey, welcome to the stream. Or today, to today's party. Wow, there's 200 people here. Okay. So I'm incredibly nervous. I should state right out of the gate because this is also by far the most people that have ever come into a stream, and I'm not used to a number this big. Wow, that's crazy. So please excuse me if I fumble over words or I'm not super concise with my concise. If I'm not great with how I explain things, but yeah, welcome to the stream. Oh, what a... Oh no. So many people. God damn. So, I had an intro. I was good. I literally had so many words I was going to say. I was practicing all this beforehand. But now I'm lost and I'm crying. I'm shaking in my boots. So today we're going to be doing a director's commentary. I'm basically just going to play the video and then talk about how I did things, how I made things, how stuff came together, and some fun, juicy behind the scenes gossip about some of these struggles and solutions and the things I learned along the way. And yeah, we'll try to get through all that. For any veterans out there that are familiar with the second channel, I post director's commentaries on there for all those videos or for other videos, but I put them. Wait, actually, hold on. Can you guys hear me okay and everything? Like, am my words coming out? Can you guys hear me? Yeah, you can. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so I have a second channel called Densle 2 where I put other directors' commentaries, but they're very long and they're basically documentaries for these. Thank you, Exiler 300. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. 100% so smooth. Keep up the good work. I'm trying, but now there's a good lot of you here. Yeah, so I have a second channel where I put director's commentaries too, but those are they're long, they're scheduled, they're scripted, long edited videos, which are basically just little documentaries about how everything came to be. And as fun as they are to make, and as great as they are to do and watch and all that stuff, they're very labor intensive because they requires me to have to create them. and they don't get watched by a lot of people, unfortunately. So I'm like, okay, well, I think I'll try doing a live stream this time, so I can show you guys stuff in real time. You guys can ask questions, and I can open up files and stuff, and it'd be a good time rather than making another documentary for a 5-minute video, which some of you do enjoy. So I really appreciate you guys actually going over there to watch it. But yeah, now I'm trying this out to save both in time and resources and effort and my poor little index fingers. I'm not clicking for 2 weeks straight. When it's beginning now. I'm just setting up. Well, the setting up screen also just doubles as my hello and welcome screen. I just don't change the text for it. Yeah. Now I can I guess now I can. Oh, and for other veterans out there that also come to previous streams, we're not going to be doing comment corner this time around because the video's still pretty fresh, so we're still getting, a regular stream of comments, and I don't really want to pause what I'm doing to read 30 comments at a time. So sorry about that, guys. But without further ado, welcome to the stream, guys. I'm gonna try to keep a general pace in like how I talk about things, but there's a very high chance I'll get scatterbrained and then just go off on tangents for like a couple hours on random tidbits of information. So bear with me as we explore the adventure that is town meeting. I'm gonna swap over to the home screen, and here we have the edit. Well, it's actually the main video edit, so with all the sound effects and everything like that. But this is too heavy to play, at least smoothly on stream. I lied. No, not really. It might not be smooth the whole time through. I guess it is. So we have this open. We also have Cubase open. So I'll be talking about music at some point, and as I go and explain some stuff, I'll also open up Blender. For those who don't know, these videos are made in Blender. I'll probably open up those shots as well, and then I'll talk about how some stuff is made. Try to hold your questions for the end if you have any, unless they're related to like whatever I'm talking about in the current exact moment. And also, I'm not going to be answering lore questions, so like things like story and like why is he here, why did he say that, etc., etc. Keep those out of here, please. You get those, and then you those answers come from the videos themselves, not from my mouth, because I'll just muddy up the waters with oh, it's because of this, and it's actually not, and then I lied to you, and then everyone feels sad for like a week, and then everybody leaves, and then it's a bad time. Don't worry about it. Let me take a sip of my not great tea, and we begin. Sorry, I'm just gonna play through it, and then we'll talk about it. And yeah, no, I'll bring that up later. Never mind. Here we go. Yeah, it's Skippy. Skippy's fudge. Okay, we're going over here. I'll just give me it. Just be beautiful. So we got Raymond. He's doing a thing. We got them having a good time. Alright. So that's the wait, there's double the people here. Guys, do something else better with your days. No, don't come to my live stream to me to say, did you know that but also thank you for watching. Or just in general being here. I'm gonna be a mess for the majority of this. Just so you know. Never had this many people here. Never thought you guys would all come. So, how do I want to start this? So the previous commentaries, I followed this general structure where I talk about everything kind of in steps. Like, I would start with the prep/planning phase, and then it would be storyboarding, and then blocking, and then animation, and then lighting and rendering, and then, and then editing, and then sound and music. Do you guys want me to do that, or do you want me to just talk kind of however? or I guess just do whatever, because both are cool, but both can lead off into bonkers tangents. And up to you. Well, also welcome Super Weepers. Do that. I'll do this structured bit. So prep wise, we can start with storyboarding. Wait, let me just jump into that timeline. Storyboarding. So this episode actually was what makes a successful video? I don't know. So this episode was actually it was originally written in parts. So some of these stories were originally intended to be their own smaller videos. Like the break-in scene was actually was its own separate idea. The continuation of Pietro's little story, it was supposed to be its own little idea. And then as I was making the previous episodes, I was like, well, I still have these little stories, so I guess I could probably spin them into one bigger video where I kind of just explore all of it. And that's kind of what the intention was for town meeting here. because if for those that don't know, there is a bit of a storyline going on throughout all the things, and we did this one to kind of tie some stuff together and keep doing his thing. So when it came to writing it, I don't have the script on me to share, but it's pretty simple. The script is pretty much just bullet points about what's going to happen, like, oh, Kat walks up to door holding umbrella, and then we have Isabella chilling, and then the door goes off or whatever. Like it's just action points for the thing. Oh, I should also, you're right, super. All the programs that I use to make these videos is I edit everything in DaVinci Resolve here. It's a free video editor that anyone can get. I animate all the shots, or I animate everything in Blender, which is another free application. It's for it's a free 3D animation and rendering and modeling thing. Oh no, hold on, I gotta do a thing here. Give me a hot minute, guys, because my project manager is asking me for my details again, and I keep telling him, stop it, you already know who I am, and he goes, I've forgotten, can you just put your password in, like, again, the third time this week? And I go, Prism, you're making me look like a fool in front of all my, where is the thing, Priz, you're making me look like a fool in front of all my friends. And he goes, I don't care. But he does care. Come on, open up. I want to show people what you look like. Yeah, Blender, free application. We do shots in it, and it's a good time. Where's my scene files? Yeah, okay, yes, it's a good time. We got the boys and the thing. I do all the sound work inside of Resolve as well. We just do all that the sound effects. But I use Cubase 10 to do music, and then that gets exported back into Resolve. And then I also use Adobe After Effects to do the 2D animations for the text and stuff, as well as any other 2D animation stuff. And sometimes, and then for this video, I also use another program called Natron to do compositing work, which I kind of recommend, but kind of don't. But it's a cool enough time. So in here is where I go to fix shots, like the Hippic scene, or the Hippic shot needs the grass, guys. It needs grass. We gotta put grass in and get it looking grassy. I'll talk about this later, because it looks complicated, but it isn't really. But we'll get into that later. So yeah, so for these videos, I'll write out what happens or what needs to happen in them, and then once I'm happy with what I think I can do, I'll go in and I'll make a list of everything that needs to be in the video. So all the characters, all the assets, any sets that need to be made, and then I'll do the storyboarding process. So luckily for me, at this point in the production, or at this point in the video series, I have a lot of these assets already made. Sorry, I'm burpy for some reason. I guess my tea is hurting me right now. But will this be up in your channel? It will. I'm still on the fence about what I'm gonna do after with it, but it's gonna be in a Livestream archive playlist that's on the channel. If you just go into the playlist tab, you'll see it. But I also might re-upload it to the second channel, just so that for ease of access, I suppose. But yeah, it will be reviewable again. But yeah, sorry, let me just give me your sweet words, boys and girls. All right, you guys are sounding great. Yeah, so for the storyboarding process, I'll just grab whatever assets that I have ready, and I'll put them into scenes. And then I'll literally just take pictures of the viewport, to get what I'm looking for, because like I don't draw anything when it comes to storyboarding, because that I'm okay at drawing, but not in terms of like drawing an image and then getting it from my drawing application into a sequence of some sort. That's just tedious. I'm like, I can just play doll and then put them all in the little rooms and stuff, and then just wow, look at you go, Ray and Timmy 2 and Isabop, and get them all going in the scene or whatever. So I'll do that for the whole storyboarding process. I'll have the script open, and I'll read everything, I'll just review everything, and then go forth and try to see try to recreate what I have in mind and see if it works. And if something doesn't, then I'll often, just rejigger scenes so that they work. Like a lot of the time, I don't know exactly how a scene should look because I'm often forgetting the proportions of the characters. Like this shot, for example, Isabel's head is like taking up most of the frame because she just has a huge head. Well, they all have huge heads. And framing shots that require us to see their faces but also their bodies can sometimes be a bit challenging because their body to head size ratios are just so different, and it makes for framing them so that they can do their actions but we can still see everything or have enough background detail on the screen is very interesting to have to deal with, if that makes sense. Let me get town meeting. So everyone's here. I didn't have any of the other villagers ready yet at this time, so I just took Lolly and just boop, 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 her everywhere. So I'm sorry if anybody was hoping that his island would just be all cats, but it's not. An estimate of when I'm uploading part 2. I don't know. Whenever it's done. I haven't even started yet. But also, that's a lore question. Well, not really yet at all. I haven't started the next video yet, but I guess also to quell any expectations and to kind of help manage your hypes. The next video isn't going to be a terraforming one. There's something else that needs to happen before that. So just keep that in mind. But it'll be cool. Don't worry. Is gas mask based on my island? No. Gas mask is his own thing. So yeah, we'll do. I'll storyboard everything out, and then in this stage is when I can like kind of get an idea for what I need to do, or like what the video is going to require of me in terms of like knowledge and like animation capabilities and what have you, and as well as limitations in terms of like how certain ideas can be achieved, if that makes sense. So like what's a decent shot? These were all fine. These were kind of fine. Actually no, there's no interesting things for that. Words, they're talking, they're speaking. Okay, it's like the break-in shot, for example. I had an idea of how to do them, or of like I knew how I wanted it to look, but I didn't know how to do it or how I would do it. So in the storyboarding phase, I'm like, wow, let's just block it out, and then I did a really rough version of the camera move and of the whole position, everything like that. And it turns out it ended up looking great. So I'm like, sweet. It's gonna be a long shot, and it's probably gonna be really cumbersome to like do, but I think I want to do it. I think I want to commit to that, and then the storyboarding process helped kind of solidify that. The shot was also super duper short in the storyboarding phase, so as I was blocking it out and animating it, it kept getting longer for the sake of pacing. But I'll explain that later. At least I'll hopefully can. I can make it a good ending. I'll try. I have an ending in mind, but yeah, we'll see if you like it if we ever get there. The Pietro sequence, I knew I wanted to do this camera spin from the get-go, because I thought it would be a nice way to like transition through the vignettes or whatever, as well as it, then leading into the fire sequence. But here's where some complications can arise, because from the get-go, I wanted to set his house on fire, and I was like, that's gonna be great. I know exactly how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get, I'm gonna sim the fire somewhere else in another program that I'll talk about later, and we're gonna render it, and it's gonna be magnifique. And I just thought it was gonna be okay for like so much of the production. So I'm like, so in the writing, blocking, animation phase, everything was fine. And then I got to rendering it, and I'm like, oh no, problems. But we'll talk about that later. So like, it can be deceiving sometimes in terms of like how things are done. But yeah, we block everything, or I block everything out really, really roughly in the storyboarding phase. And usually, as well as right before, I'll also do the prep phase. So I'll build a bit of the prep phase. So like I'll build some of the sets that I know I'm going to need. So in this case, the back room, it just takes elements from the front office here, and I just reuse them in the back. Like the desk is just Nook's desk. Same with the laptop. It's just from the front. Same with the phone. The little cup thing here at the side, and the shelves and everything like that. Like it's all just stuff from the front of the room that I'm just repurposing to put in the back. And we're trying to get all that going all pretty tasty fire. And then at some point, I was like, oh, I'm gonna need to retexture everything because oh hey Piers, welcome to the stream. I'm gonna have to retexture everything because something I noticed during what would it be? Oh, it was in the collector. I found that the textures that made up the town hall interior. So like all this deer sweet. No, wait, was it this shot? All the deer sweet. Oh, I changed the shot actually. Oops. Let me do a thing here and go all the way up to this shot. So I found out very early on that a lot of the textures that made up this room. So like the wood paneling and this like plaster wall and like the trim on the top. And this the door's frame, and then some of the trim here, and the ground, or the tiling for the ground and stuff like that. I couldn't work with it with like the original game textures, because for those that don't know, all these assets, I don't model any of them. They all just come from the game files. But I do take them and fix them up and tweak them a bit so that they can actually be animatable and renderable and all that fun stuff. So like I'll rebuild their face textures so that I can actually animate their eyes and their mouths and stuff like that, and I'll show that stuff a little bit later too. But so in this case, I had to do that for the actual town hall environment. I was like, oh shoot, I have to basically rebuild these textures because the textures that it comes with, they don't work well at all in Blender. So I ended up pawning up and buying a copy of Substance Painter so that I could more easily. Come on, I know I got the goods in here, buddy. Where's your locations? Town hall. Let's go. Sure. Come on. So yeah, I had to go in and had to like retexture all the ground, like mainly just the ground, because I knew this shot. Where was it? I knew this shot was probably gonna have some nice looking reflections. I mean, it's looking pretty sexy there. Pretty ground marble flooring, tile. Never mind. So for most of this room, I had to retexture it and rebuild a lot of it from scratch, while also still trying to use some of the original textures that came with the game. Like these wood panels, they're like hand drawn wood panels. So I'm like, oh, I want to keep the way those look, but I don't want them to look ugly. So let me just boop and make them look kind of okay-ish. That, and I also had to add a back wall to it because this doesn't exist in the game. It's only they only have these walls, and then there's nothing here. So I'm like, well, I gotta add a wall. We're gonna have shots that are like here, and I need a wall. So then for a good little while, I just added this wall back, modeled the bell. Some of you guys saw that. It was a good time. And oh no, Blender, you're slow. Why you do? Okay. Yeah, we did that and added that in, so for the back shots at least. What else is there that I could talk about before I move on? Prep work. It was awful because I had to learn Substance Painter, and it's a fantastic software, but it's complicated. But with that, I also wanted to up-res some of the characters, at least, or try to up-res some of the characters, because there's this very did you use the models outside of the town hall for that wall? I did not. Like, I used them as reference because the outside of the town hall has it has windows that it alludes to. So I'm like, well, I need to have the windows. So I put so I'm like, windows, door. Like, this hallway here doesn't make sense, but it's in the map for it, so we just go with it. But yeah, when I was making the characters, I wanted to. There's this very apparent problem that that comes with the game's textures, where if we get too close to them, then we see how low quality they actually are, because they're not designed to, to be seen, soups like up close and personal, actually interface kind of thing. Like, if we go into what is it? Give me this shot. We can literally see like the pixel difference between, or like the stepping and this weird discoloration in terms of like the actual texture or quality of their textures, and I wanted to see if I could address that somehow, make them look a little better. So I tried, and then I realized very early on that was not going to be something that I could do, because up-resing techniques and programs and stuff, they wouldn't retain the quality that I was hoping for. I tried a bunch of upscalers, and they kind of would just destroy the files, and in really weird ways, because there's also other. I'm just talking gibberish right now, and I'm sorry, but there's other information in their texture files that are used to drive other stuff, which upscalers would just kind of crunch away and not let me use, and they would add a bunch of other colors and artifacts and stuff like that, and it made it was a bad time. And I'm like, oh well, maybe I'll just redo them myself. I'll remake Isabella's eye textures. That's a good time. Except it's not, because where sales are regular characters, special NPCs. Give me Isabine, baby. Isabelle. Come back. Oh wait, it's already open. Isabelle. So she's got eyes, right? There are people like her eyes. They're pretty cool, but there's like a bunch of textures that we have to go through. So for each eye shape, it's 3 different textures to do them, or to make up the eyes. So you got your color map, you got your extra information, and then you got your surface information. So all the little like pores and hills that make up her actual skin texture, and then this stuff is just for coloring and for masking and some other stuff, some other garbage, and then the color to actually have it. So I have to she's got 15 eye shapes, and each eye shape is 3 textures, and those all need to work in a way so that they don't look ugly when I go through them. So I made this big old rig thing so that I could actually animate all of her eyeball motions and what have you. I'm sorry if this lags the stream a little bit, if I have it rendering, but we got a thing so that we can animate all of her eyes and whatnot, and upscaling kind of destroys this if I try to fix all of her textures to make them higher quality, quote unquote, because it doesn't retain a lot of the information that I need to make the rest of her eyes work. So I'm like, well, I guess I'll just leave it, and you guys get semi-okay looking rigs or looking characters. But her clothing, though, now that's where the goods get. I redid her shirt, and same with Tom Nook's. I redid her shirt so that we could actually get nice and close to all the details of it and what have you. Because before it was really low quality and ugly. Well, not ugly, but not good enough quality. And this time I'm like, we're getting close to her, so we're gonna give her a better shirt and skirt. And I didn't do her shoes, but because we never see her shoes, but she's got shoes. Same thing with Nook. He's got a sweater, a better sweater. Where are you, Nook? Tom Nook. Sure, thank you, Kate. Thank you, Nook. Look at him with his Nook sweater and all those little stains and stuff. You can't even see it in the video, but he's got weaves. He's got knit weaving on his shirt, and I'm like, I'm gonna do this for all the characters. And I did these two and realized that how labor intensive it was to like do any of this stuff. Like, it took me like 2 weeks just to get the two of them to how they are now, and like nothing really even changed much. So I'm like, never mind. Where's Nook's pants? He doesn't wear pants. Look at that gut. You can't fit pants around that. Jesus, get out of here. So yeah, I was going to do this for a lot of the characters, but I decided not to. What I did do, however, was try to make them all look a little less plastic-like, or a little less plastic-like, by giving them all a different way to shade them. So now the light will wrap around their heads a little differently rather than like uniformly. So yeah, now they look a little more furry rather than like dolls. So I was like, okay, well, this looks good on these two. I can at least do that with everybody else, which made this shot a lot nicer, because then I just get rim lights for everybody and it looks pretty good. And I'm like, all right. But Donkey, you're getting ahead of yourself. These are rendering things. You're talking about prep. Yeah, we made all the characters. I held a live stream for who is going to be in this. I'm like, I know we're going to have Filbert, I know we're going to have Pietro, I know we're going to have Raymond and Hippix and Lolly, but everybody else, I'm like, it's an open game. It's who's gonna be here. So I held a live stream for for the last 5 villagers to be picked, or for the last group of villagers to be picked, and it was a good time. We had a little battle royale, and everybody came out and they were like, put so and so in, put so and so in, yada yada yada, and I'm like, yeah, we had a little vote and it was great. It was a great time. But then at the end of it, I realized that I was missing Filbert, and that was a big no-no, because he's the first villager, apart from Isabella, to have dialogue. So I'm like, crap, we have 10. And I didn't have the heart to like remove one, because some dear fan was like really hoping for Goldie or Dottie to be in the video or whatever. So I'm like, we'll just keep him in. We'll just do 5 or do 11 villagers. No one's gonna notice, and everybody noticed, so it's fine. But I'm like, yeah, well, I need Filbert in it anyway, so it doesn't matter. It's a video. Who cares? So we went in. I made all the characters, and not all of them can blink. Diva can. Okay, well, actually, okay. For some point, because I was doing this, I knew I needed to do this shot, and I'm like, I know I'm gonna need to see some of them blinking, so maybe we add blinking to everybody. Yeah, that's kind of cool. And then I started with Diva here, so I'm like, oh, I just need her to blink and then maybe like have a sad face, and I realized that it was so much work to just do one, that I didn't want to do anymore. So I stopped at Diva and then ended at her, and I'm like, everyone else, you just get static faces. At least anyone who doesn't have dialogue gets static faces. I'm sorry that Dottie doesn't blink, but maybe next time. Okay, who knows? So yeah, prep. We got all the assets. We modeled characters. We got them all going, and we gave Isabel and Tom Nook kind of a nice, good old facelift. so I could do so that I could do the end sequence. Come on, give me the end sequence. Yeah, so I could do the end sequence and actually get up like this close to her face, and not have it look like a butt. So yeah, we did that, and it was a good time. At least I'm saying it was a good time, but it was a lot of not good times. I tried doing this one thing where I'm like, oh, what if I took just made one big mega texture for her body, because in order to actually do them, they're made up of separate textures. So Tom Nook here has a texture for just his ears, and a texture for just the rest of his body, and another texture for just his eyes. Come on, do it for just his eyes. And all three of those need to be combined in a in a certain way, so that it looks like one cohesive skinny skin, and then that's all that. And I wanted to try to like do it so that I could have them all in one big texture here, so that I could like paint them all with like a nice skin texture, and it would look amazing. But then I did it, and it didn't look good, and it was really hard, and it was confusing to set up. And I'm like, you know what? You tried. Let's just keep on keeping on with what we had before. And I'm like, fine, self. So we kept going. Oh, thank you so much, Cynthia. I really appreciate that. So we kept going, and we just kept keeping with the previous way of doing things, because I'm not adventurous when it comes to exploring different. No, I was. Never mind. I don't know where I'm going with that joke. So, did I make up the back room look? Yeah, I did. Well, like I knew I wanted. I needed to have a very certain layout, because I'm like, it needs to have a desk, because Tom Nook is going to need to go to a laptop. And I also want it to be a tight space, because it's the back room of the town hall. So I literally just took the length of, or is it? Blender, help me out here. I took the length of the town hall, or back room, and then took a bunch of pieces from the front, and just put them in here, and it was a good time. I actually was originally going to do, the ending where they look at the laptop and it shows the progression for it. I had another idea for the way to show this kind of information to the audience. Like, instead of using a laptop, I'm like, oh, what if I just, what if he hands her like a pamphlet that shows that like we promised terraforming, to the island representative, and then she reads it and she's just like, oh my god, and then like on this whiteboard would be like him crossing off the different milestones. But I just didn't end up doing that, and I thought the laptop would have been cooler, because I really wanted to do this shot, like these looking at the laptop from behind kind of shots, and I thought it was a better time. Where was I going with that? Yeah, back room. It was my little love baby child that I thought would be fun to include. The buildings are small on the outside, but super big on the inside. That's a fact, and that's gonna be a problem that I'm gonna have to deal with later. But you'll see how, and it'll be cool. At least I hope. So we did all the prep work. We made all the characters. We made all the sets and everything, and then yeah, I rigged, I think, all the extra characters on stream once, because you sick freaks like watching me rig things, apparently. So I did that. How long does this whole thing take? It took about almost 3 months, because I started it in mid-August. Like, I just finished doing the director's commentary for The Collector, and then like a day after I started working on this video. And and it took the rest of August, took all of September, and then half of October, I guess, to get out. I wanted to get it out sooner, but I guess I can tell it now. So I got to the rendering stage, and I was getting to the rendering stage of things. This is a week of trial and error. There was a week of trial. There was like 2 weeks of just me like doing things and testing things to see what would work, what wouldn't work, and what I can do in terms of like continuing to increase the quality. But this whole time, for the whole duration of the video, I was animating it. I was working on it, and it was looking pretty good. And I was building everything in a certain way to be rendered on a very specific type of graphics card, which was a 3090. And I had it, and all these videos, all the previous videos were rendered on it. So I'm like, let's go. I got into this very comfortable workflow because I had all this extra power that I could work with. And then when I finished all the animation and got into rendering, like the day before I was starting to render the video, my card died. Like it just crashed while in the middle of playing Half-Life Alyx while streaming it on the Discord, and it wouldn't recover. So the card died, and then it would, and if it was plugged in, my computer wouldn't start. So I'm like, that's unfortunate. What do I got in my closet of solutions? And my solution was a 1070. And for those unfamiliar with graphics cards, the 1070 is 2 generations older than the 3090. So I'm basically working at like 4 times the slower speed than, or I'm forced to work at like 2 to 4 times slower than before. And I'm like, well, that's quite a hefty setback. Oh no. So this whole episode, I couldn't really render it the same way that I could have before. So and I had the plans of rendering this in 4K, and that was dashed very, very quickly. So I'll talk more about the complications that brought later when I get into the rendering stage. But it was awful. It was terrible, and that's what prolonged the video an extra like almost 2 weeks, because I just couldn't work at the speed that I was at the beginning. And I know that sounds really privileged and all that stuff, because like I had the money for it and all that garbage, but I'm like, it was not fun. It was very stressful. And but it was very funny. At least it breeds some funny stories. Well, I had Brewster, if I can get as a rig, maybe, but I don't have any plans for him. Anywho, so so that's all the prep work. Everybody's done. All the sets are good enough. At least all the sets that I need to rip from the game are ready to go. Things like the backgrounds and stuff, like the exteriors, I do all those custom to shot, because I don't know where I want trees and bushes. I just generate that on the fly, like for when I'm doing them. So for shots where we're outside, where are you? Actually, no. For this video, I made one big outdoor environment. That's forest. I made one big old honking outdoor environment that I used to do Pietro's scene. I think the running shot was like somewhere here. Pietro's getting hit was like somewhere here, or Hibbick's getting hit was like somewhere here, and then Pietro or Filbert was like somewhere here or something like that. So I just made a big forest that I would plunk little shots into every so on and so forth. And this whole forest is generated through. You might be wondering to yourself, did he hand place all those trees, bushes, and flowers and stuff? No. Yeah, we used a geometry nodes, which is I don't know, how do I do this again? Bam, bam, yeah. Which is a cool generation tool that Blender has recently been fixing up and adding, so I could just be like, boom, seed, give me more trees. Oh, that's a lot of trees. Give me less trees. Give me like 0.5 the tree. Come on, help me out here, buddy. 0.05 the tree. Trees. Look good, and they're all like randomly sized and randomly rotated and all that stuff, so that they could, we can populate things. And if there's more trees, then at a certain point bushes will start growing around them, and then if there's bushes growing around them, then like flowers will grow around those, because I just had a whole setup that took that kind of information into account. So it helps me just make super quick forests really quickly if I need to. And then when it comes to grass, I'll put those in on a per shot basis, because grass is really intensive, or calculatorily, it's not a word, but intensive on the scenes, because it's grass. And ooh, we got stories about grass. Oh, baby boy, grass. So all the scenes everything's good to go, and I have like an idea of what I'm gonna do. And it's a good time. So I look at all this, I give it to my council of other me's, and I say, yeah, I think this could work. I'm a little nervous about this shot, but I think it could make it work, Dongy. And I'm like, you don't sound pretty certain about that, Dongle. And he goes, I'm not at all, but you'll figure something out. I'm like, so then when that's all good, I'll go in and I'll just take shots, and I'll scale them out. Come on, give me the goods. I'll scale them out, and then I'll just be like, cool, this shot is it's not a frame count. Excuse me. What? Usually this would say, you would give me a frame number. Oh, actually no, it's this one over here. It's like, oh yeah, this shot's 111 frames. Cool. And I'll go into Blender here, and I'll literally go into shots, and then just start populating sequences with shots, and when within each one of them, actually I can actually show this. So like this shot, for example, if I go into the very first version of it, come on, they're just sitting there doing nothing, and I'm just like I'll just go in and I'll just prepare the shots to have all the assets that I need in them, and then yeah, just do that for every single shot. I'll prepare every single one so that they all work technically the way that I need them to. So like if the character's holding something, that I'll add constraints and stuff so that they're actually holding it. If they're walking, then like I'll roughly block them out and stuff. And I'll just do a really rough pass on all the movement that's going to be happening in this episode. So, and I can show that if I go into the blocking phase. It's very rough, but we get. I try to reuse what I can. So this walking cycle is from some other video, and I'll pose them out, and I'll have them just keyframe to keyframe, just doing actions. And yeah, this was extended in edit. Of them just doing what I need them to do. How to learn to make animations? Just doing it. You just keep doing it, and you just get a little better each time. So yeah, I am. So now from the storyboarding stage to the blocking, I'm again stress testing to see if the ideas work, or if they can work, and if stuff needs to be changed. So like we'll do it. At this point, I had all the rigs done, so I just posed them, but I didn't want to do the crowd animation yet because I knew that was going to be complicated, so I did that later. And then everybody just animated a little bit. It's all nice and cool, and we're doing a thing. And then and I'll just run through this whole thing, and I'll make sure all the tools are in there, all the animation works for them, and I know exactly how I'm going to animate everything like that. Like for example, Mask Boy here, he's not just one big chunk of animation that I just had him do. He's little snippets of blocks of animation. Actually, I can show what that looks like. If I open up, what shot was this? 330. We can do this one, I guess. Bam. Mask Boy here was a wide array of run cycles. Like there's a little run cycle here of him doing a run cycle. Then there's the swing animation when he actually like does the whole thing and like shows the thing. And then he just stands there, and then we go back into the run cycle where he runs off frame, and then I have another layer that actually moves his rig out of frame. So like I'd break him up into little animation chunks. So I'm not like trying to juggle everything at once. And I do all this in the blocking phase because when it comes to animation, it saves me a lot of time if I don't have to like rejigger the whole shot to work a specific way. So this stage I hate the most because it's just a lot of like technical grunt work of me, like, you know, posing them out and doing things and like getting everything set up, and making sure things work and all that garbage. And it's a rough time. It's so boring. It's so boring, guys. It makes me want to quit. And I did a play blast of this where we don't even see his face. Oh, what kind of director am I? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't really have anything interesting to say about this stuff. Ooh, actually, for this shot, I went back in and took the set from Great Pietro. I busted out my my old hard drive that has the project on it. I took it, copied it, put it on the computer, and I'm like, get back at you, add in the two, and then we do a transition between the other shot and what have you. And it was a good time. Oh, Pietro, he's a pain in the butt to animate. He's so no, I was gonna say he's ugly, but he's not. His shape and volume are very not forgiving, or he's just not. He's a problem. When you like, rigging him was a problem, animating is a problem. He's just very wide and he's very voluminous. But he's fine. He's a cute boy. Take care of the animation weirdos. Thank you for coming out and hanging out. But yeah, then we're do the thing, and then we get everything going and everything, you know. And then after this stage, then I'm like, cool. Why I burned his house down? That's reasons. So I go through all this, and then I go, okay, cool. So the shortest possible, all the shots are possible. So now I can actually get into the animation phase where we actually animate and get animation going. And that's where the fun begins. Fun begins. What am I going to talk about? It's just me animating stuff. Like I just make things look. Just animate stuff. I had the idea to make it rain at the beginning so that I could try to obscure Raymond just a hair more. But then I didn't do it. So I'm like, oh no, but I kind of want to hold an umbrella, so I'll just do a sound cue, I guess, and then leave it at that. which I could talk about more later. So it doesn't rain at all in the video, but he's holding an umbrella because I want him to hold an umbrella. And I should also reiterate, try to keep your questions to the end so that I don't like get super off topic. but I'll try to weave answers into what I'm describing. Animation. What do you guys want to know about animation? Actually, no. I'll take questions. What do you want to know about animation? We in this stage we go and I'll animate their bodies, I'll animate their faces, I'll animate everything that needs to move and make it all look pretty good. I guess I can talk about how I did the crowd, because that's kind of neato. That's kind of neato. Where your crowd shot, bam bam, or yeah, I guess the second one's probably fine. Come on, let's go. Let's go. So crowd, everyone's moving around. Did you know that come on, I gotta wait for it to load, please. Did you know that Mabel and Sable are T-posing the entire time? And Dottie and Goldie? Wow. That's a giraffe right there. And Diva. Because we don't see their arms at all. So I didn't bother to animate them. But everybody's animated to what's the scene browser thing? Yes, I will talk about this. So this program is a plugin. It's a separate program / plugin for Blender, or that Blender can use, called Prism. It's basically just a project manager where you can create shots and it just helps manage a project. It'll rename your files for you. It'll save out projects for you. It's how I handle all the files, because this thing lets you lets you make a shot. Then within the shot you can save it up one, and it'll save a new version. It'll auto name it. It'll also let you export stuff to either render farms or to other applications and stuff, and handles a lot of like just the back end monotony and grunt work of actual project management that plagues us fellow animators and fellow creators all day, all the time. So I've been using this for all the episodes to manage assets, to manage shots, to manage renders, and play blast files and stuff like that. And this particular version, it's the beta for the new version that I'm helping test out a little bit. And yeah, it's with this it's a free project manager that anyone can get. It's just called Prism, and they also have a render farm version of it called Pandora, but lately they haven't been updating Pandora, so now I'm using Deadline, which, oof, that's a big old time. Yeah, it's free, but it's just a project manager. And I use it to do everything, to help me organize all my stuff. It's basically just a really glorified file browser, and yeah, it did everything it does. It just makes folders in the background, and then just populates those folders with things, and then you can do the stuff or whatever. Oh no, I did fix it. There was a point in time where I broke Blathers' face, and he has diva eyes, but I fixed it in the render, so it never happened. But anyway, crowd. So they're all moving, they're all animated, and they're all jiggling and bobbling around or whatever. So Blender has this super duper nifty thing called the non-linear animation editor, which is this little window here, as well as an action editor, which is this window up here. And the two of them combined let you do sweet magic. You can animate a chunk of animation data on a specific character. So in our case, who is this? This is a single crowd. No, that's not you. So like if I go to Piepo here and click on him, then he comes up somewhere in the list. Pietro. And I can layer a bunch of different stuff over top of him. So I have one chunk that's kind of just like, that kind of just puts him into position. I have another chunk that gives him, actually let me turn off all the other boys and gals and stuff so that this plays a little faster. Specials, get rid of all you guys. I'm just looking at you, Pietro. It's just you. You're the star now. Oh no, he's gone. Pietro, where's your animation? Please, I just need your animations again. It's broken. Never mind, guys. Whole. What? Sahara? What? Excuse me? Blender, what are you doing? What are you doing to me right now? Everyone's not even correct. You got Filbert, and there's. But where's Piepo? Where's Peepoo? I was using him specifically. There he is. Never mind. So he's animated to there's a bar to add, to give him some arm sway, and then another block of animation to just add some extra random noise to his torso, his waist, his torso, and his head. And these chunks can be put onto everybody. Like I can just apply these things to a bunch of other characters, offset them a little bit, so that we get a whole array of quote unquote unique looking character animation. I will admit they do look a little bit animatronic, but it's kind of cool. It's kind of neat. Saves me from uniquely animating 11, 12 characters. Except for Nook and Isabella, they were hand animated because you can't just I can apply the stuff to them, but I can't have them looking left and right like that. Like it's impossible. Thought this was a premiere. It was. We premiered the beginning of the live stream, but now welcome to the middle of it. So yeah, animation is me literally just taking the blocking phase, or the blocking animation, adding holds and just smoothing everything out, to get everybody movement. This shot was kind of funny because I'm like, oh well, we're staring at them and they can't just like stand there, so like I need them to like move up and down. So I like made some of them just hop a little bit, so that come on, please play correctly. So yeah, I just made some of them hop a little bit so that there was just some extra movement going around in the scene, so it doesn't look weird. I was really worried to animate this shot because that little hop, that little hoppy hop, I'm like, oh no, body mechanics, yeah. And then my friend had to talk me out of canceling the whole video if I couldn't get it right. But it came out fine. It's all this stuff. We're just reusing the same animation chunks for a lot of the stuff. Chapels are so creative. They look like physical 3D matter. It's great. Thank you. The chat bubbles, I'll get into those later, but there was a very conscious decision to do them in 2D instead of 3D, like the previous videos. But yeah, chat bubbles, we love them. This shot wasn't a good time because they were all animated with noise chunks, and then they all had to stop immediately because like the quote-unquote gag was like, wow, they actually listened and they all calmed down. But to do that was not easy because I pretty much had to uniquely add animation to each one of them so that they could all have a slightly unique arm lowering animation. Because I found out that I can't just apply one to another one because their body proportions were different. So like Lolly's, like if I were to try to put Lolly's hand lowering on like Sable here, this guy or this girl, then her arms wouldn't end up in the same position and it would just look weird. So I had to go in and like add specific stuff for like almost everybody, and it was not a good time. Oh no, who's this? Timami Rig? Oh, that's one of the boys. Is it you? Is it you? It's him. It's this guy. So yeah, they all needed their own little. They all needed to be lovingly crafted to put them into and get them all into position, and it was fine. Yeah, that was great. That was one who I was being hit with a net. Oh man. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. But take care, Edgy. Thank you so much for coming around, hanging out. Sorry you couldn't stay for the whole thing. So we're animating them, and they're animating, and they're all yelling and doing stuff. This shot, I was originally gonna have like one big text bubble of them just saying some variation of mask, but I ended up doing that. I thought it'd be funnier if we just had a bunch of bubbles come up of all saying different things, of like different iterations of the same thing, except for this one guy at the back talking about how the bugs talk to him, which a lot of you guys seem to really enjoy, which I think was great. So yeah, we did that twice, and I just took the same animation for them and I just repeated it, but I made like a bunch of different. Where's my? Come on, give me the goods. Give me the goods. Where are you? Projects, videos, shorts, town meeting, images. No. Where did I put it? After it? No. Was it an image? No, it wasn't. Thumbnail temp files? No, it was in the reused files, I think. Somewhere over here, I think? No, that's some other stuff. I don't know, I had them somewhere. I forgot where I put them. Reused assets? Yeah, okay, here we go. Yeah, we had a bunch of assets to do the mask boy thing. I just made a bunch of them and then just put them all on cards, and then we animated them flying up here. Because I thought it'd be funny. And then in this, we also have a bunch of different speech bubble variations to use, because yeah. Oh, I should also mention, I make all these inside of Affinity Designer. This particular project is the one I use to make thumbnails, but where is it? It's somewhere in yeah, here we go. I make all the speech, all their name tags and stuff, and I'll make mock-up speech bubbles for them as well. I'll just go and take snapshots of their things and then try to remake them inside of Yonder. And yeah, this is where this is like the master project that I make all the 2D graphics in, and then I'll port these out into After Effects or something, or into Blender, and then make them move or whatever. Like, if you remember this from, I want to turn all this other stuff off. Bam. If you remember, not the burn his house down. Get out of here. If you remember this thing from Morning Turnips, like the loading screen thing, it took forever, but I finally found a good enough reference for this dang UI thing, and I made a couple different versions of it spinning around so that I could actually put that into After Effects and then make the plane that effect. Yeah, that effect. I'm just talking out of my butt here, but please, it's morning turnips. You know what I'm talking about. This part, this bit, that thing. We made that, and I keep it because I think I might need it for some other reason. But anywho, so yeah, we make all the speech bubbles here, and then I'll port those into After Effects and stuff, and then get those going and making them look all beautiful. What else is there? Then there's talking. They're all doing their stuff. I guess I could talk about their face animations too, because that's kind of interesting. Let's open up that filbert shot actually, which was shot 320. 320. Thank you. I'm glad you like this stuff, Cat. On average, how many days /weeks /months does it take to complete a video? It depends on the scope, but now it is a couple months for the most part. I've been trying to get faster at making them, but that's hard. So we have the characters, and they're in the scene. So I'll animate them doing whatever they need to do. No, you need to see them. I'll animate them doing whatever they need to do. Come on, animation tab, and they're all looking pretty good. Look at Filbert with his big pink face, with his pink face, looking face pink. I need to do a thing with his textures so I can actually see them. And his eyes. Yeah, so he talks and he goes blah 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 blah, and it's a good time. So I'll just animate them, kinda doing a thing. Where's your animation block? Come on, help me out. Oh, it's just here. So I'll just animate him doing a thing. He just does a thing. I think it's pretty simple animation, I guess. It's kind of he just nods and he turns around and he just talks. And then to add a little bit more life to them, hopefully I don't have my camera moved. Yeah, to add a bit more life to them, I'll take some of their body parts, like their hips and their torso and their heads, and I'll just add like noise or like modifiers to them. Where are you? Yeah, and it helps add just a super subtle like a super subtle array of animation to them. So instead of them being super static, like this, he's not moving at all. He's just frozen. He's just a frozen boy. Give him a snowman or something. So we add a little bit of noise to all their rotations and animations and stuff, so that when he's static, he's just moving just a little bit, and I do that for pretty much everybody. Everybody in the back is just animated with noise modifiers and just like a bunch of, sweetened math to get them all to just move randomly in whatever order. And then I think for Jacob, I had to very specifically not move his mouth too much because I didn't rig him correctly, and where is it? I didn't skin him correctly. So if he moves his mouth a little bit more than where it opens to here, the rest of his chin also comes with it. And I'm like, oh, I could fix that, but I'm like, he doesn't really matter at all. Like, it just, it's fine. It's fine. He's behind everybody else, so no one even knows. So yeah, animation's pretty, like it takes some time to do, because it's like, you're taking all the keyframes and everything like that, and then actually making his actions look like actions. But for the most part, it's me just taking like the keys that I put into the blocking phase and just stretching them out, duplicating them, adding a little bit of offsets and what have you to get them to appear to look smooth and what have you. When it comes to the faces are very very fun, because I have to go in and I have to make this super uber node for everybody. Came with the same day as the direct. Yeah, direct animation. It's great. I have to make these uber nodes for every character that has any facial animation. They split up into two portions, so they have one for their eyes and then one for their mouth. That I actually will go in and can keyframe animate them switching between different eyes and stuff. And for the most part, it's pretty simple, but I have to do this for everybody, at least everybody that moves. So we just animate some blinks and some looking arounds and stuff, and then for his mouth, I'm literally just adding keyframes to make his mouth move, open and close in just random orders, so that it looks like he's saying words, and then I'll just add words later. So that kind of brought a little bit of a problem later on when it came to actually writing their text out, because I didn't I knew what they were going to say, but not exactly how they said it. So so I'm like, oh, I'll just figure it out later. But then when I got into the actual text writing phase, I ran into some problems with some shots where they'll be talking, and I animated their mouths to just keep talking because I didn't know during animation how long they're going to be speaking for. So for some shots, their mouth just keeps moving despite them not saying anything anymore. But and I could have fixed that, but it would have required re-rendering portions of their mouth just to fix them, just to have them stop talking. And I'm like, it's fine. No one really cares, except for you, Dongle. And I'm like, I know, but animation was okay. I guess I could talk about the big money shots, like this guy. Oh, guys, do you want to hear some fun stories about this stupid shot? So I made it a lot harder for me, to do for no reason, and I only realized this after I finished doing it, which is, you got Timmy and Tommy here, and they're standing and they're doing their thing, and then we got Mask Boy as he runs around and is being obscured by the windows and the door and the windows, and so we don't actually see what he's doing. We just kind of imply that he's walking around. But for some reason, I'm like, oh wow, I only want to do this with 3 rigs. So during this spin here, we're gonna have Timmy and Tommy just translate behind the desk, and it's gonna be great. And then we're gonna have Mask Boy breaking in with his axe, and it's gonna be great. But then I actually started working on the shot, and I realized that getting them to do all this was not a fun time. It was hurting me on the inside, mainly Mask Boy, because where are you? Because I could have just split it up into different different rigs, and I did at the end of it, because Mask Boy, if you want a fun way of looking at it, he runs up and he stands there, and then he has to like come over to the side, and then he comes over to the other side, and then he comes back into the center. And this is already like 500 frames of animation work that I would quote unquote have to do, or at least have to do some form of animation work so that, you know, he's doing a thing. And I realized that I could have split this up into separate rigs, because instead I added a bunch of like layers for him. Like he's run like his run cycle, then he's idle for a little bit, and then he runs, and then he's idle. As he does, I try to like animate him doing some looking animation, and then he runs again, and then he has like this to step in, and this step in was like it really made me cry, because I also animated him kind of weirdly. So he's like a bit floaty coming in, and it's a good time. You no one noticed, but it could have been so much better. Let me get rid of this grass so it actually plays a little faster. It could have been so much better, but it's a thing. And then he slips out of frame, and then he does the axe bit, which he actually kind of animates doing, because I thought we would see his shadows on the ground in the shot. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna actually have him like holding the axe and like doing it, but I'm not gonna animate it like super elegantly, because we're not going to see him. We're just gonna see the illusion of him moving. Oh yeah, that is, he just stretches to come in, because I was hoping that we would see his head during, like, you know, coming into frame, which we don't really. Come on. Yep. Which we don't. Yeah, like at all. Like it's just black. You can kind of see a little bit of it. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna make sure we can see him with some rim lighting. And I just didn't do it, and I'm like, that's fine. The illusion is there. So yeah, I went the hard route with animating it for no reason. And at the end of it, I was screaming a lot, because getting these two boys from like over here to the desk required me to do like this big move chunk, and then like tweaking this kind of wasn't the easiest thing when getting timings to work, and then having them shake was also. Well, blending in the shake in with the other animations was kind of challenging, and I'm like, at the end of it, I'm like, I could have just put them behind the desk and then did it all in one go. But it's fine. We live and we learn, and we lose, and then we cry a lot. This shot had a heckin' ton of rendering issues, which I'll talk about in the rendering phase. But yeah, for the most part, for animating it, it was fine, but it wasn't fine. Like I did so many things in it that were painful for me to do, for the sake of thinking that they were the easier way of doing them, and then they weren't. So we lived. Lessons learned. Where else am I going with this? That's loud. We don't want any sound yet. So he breaks in, and the kids talk, and they go blah blah blah, wah, and then Tommy rubs his back, which he doesn't actually reach at all. I think. Which shot is this? 460. Bam, 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 bam. You just go right behind him. So like, yeah, his arm doesn't come anywhere near him because his arm doesn't actually reach him at all. So I'm like, well, we only see this, so I will just assume that he touches him, and then he does they do a little sway thing. I thought this was so cute. Oh my goodness, sue me, but don't. I have no money. Yeah, everyone's stubby arms. Gosh dang stubby arms. But that's cute, so it's fine. We get the cutes. So he talks, he covers for him, and then Nook's like, oh my god. I also had modeled this little clipboard. It's not that cool. It doesn't even look that great, but I just thought I should mention that. And then Isabel talking, and then Pietro doing his thing. So like I knew how this transition was going to go, but I didn't exactly know like how like the logistics of it. I'm like I need to blend between frames somehow. And I know I'm going to use the back part of Isabel's head to introduce a black transition into this scene, and but I'm like, we'll just do them all separately in their own little bubbles, and then we'll just make them all work, which we did, and it came out pretty good actually. This scene was reusing the Great Pietro scene from the Great Pietro's video. Like I literally just opened the file, grabbed the file or the set, and then put them in. But the rigs have been updated since, so I wasn't able to reuse those ones. I had to bring in the new versions of them. Because we also up-resed Mask Boy and his clothing too, so now we actually see a bit of details in his pants and his shirt and all that garbage. But we can't even see it because he's always dark, so it doesn't even matter. But we did it. Pietro, he's talking, and he's like, "Rawr, you don't scare me." But then he says, "Don't you dare disobey me, Coraline." And then he burns his house down. The shot, I was trying to light this scene as well. Well, this is more a lighting thing. I wanted to set this up like how I had it set up in Great Pietro. So actually, I even took the old setup for it with the boxes and then this thing, like all these, like this, the texture for this is the same from the old file, and it's all good and dandy. Even the stools were cool. And then the fire. I didn't know how I was going to do this, but I'm like, we'll figure something out a little bit later. I just made a tink-tonk joke. Did I? And then Piepo, he runs, and then this shot specifically I wanted to really do because I'm going to be doing a shot like this on another project, not the Animal Crossing one later, but sometime later. And I'm like, I need to figure out how to do running, or I had like what it's like to do a running shot like this. And we didn't, and so I did it, and it was a good time. Woo! And then he runs up and he sees the house, and then we frame it so that he's obscuring it, and then we reveal it. I wanted to do. I wanted him to hold a gas canister, and I knew there was one in the game, but I didn't know what it was called. So for like half a day, I was just looking for this item so that he could actually have it. And then I found it, and I did, and I put it in. That was hilarious. And he friggin' throws it into the door, and I was gonna put more emphasis on that in the smoke, but I just didn't do it to save on time. And he turns to him, and look at all the detail on his face. It's all dirty and disgusting, but in the final video, it's very much it's very much just black. Did Nintendo name the item? They did. What was it named? What was it named? Hold on. I don't want to open the shot because it's a heavy shot. But wait, no, I have the gas canister. It's the gas can. Yeah, skip. It's called. Well, it's just named gas canister here, I guess. Gas canister Geo? I guess it's just a canister. Unless I named it canister or something. I don't know. I might have. I could just be dumb and making things sound more challenging than they really were. That's a possibility. The Animal Crossing player? Nice. So, for camera shake, it's actually really easy. Where I'll even do it here. We added a camera inside of Blender here. We can put it into position, and then on our camera we just add a rotation keyframe, and then in the graph editor, if we come to this drop down and go to graph editor, open up the transforms. We get the X Euler, the Y Euler, and the Z Euler, whatever, however everybody's pronouncing it these days. And if we hit edit on our keyboards, then we bring up this little menu over here, and we come to, and there's a modifiers tab, and in there we can add a noise modifier, and that's gonna let us add noise to the camera, and we can dial this in by, you know, making it a lot slower, like 20, 27, maybe with a little, maybe make it a lot weaker, and then and now we got just a little bit of animation, or a little bit of like sway in it, and then we can copy this, and we can also add it to the other two channels, and we can maybe offset it a little bit, and maybe make it a little bit weaker, like to 2, and then maybe put it on this one as well, maybe offset that as well, maybe give it a different phase. And the phase, for those that aren't familiar, is basically just give me the goods, is basically just the shape of the noise curve. So this just is like a seed. It just makes it different. And then when we put all those together, we get a handheld kind of looking camera animation. And I just reuse that, or I reuse this system and just dial it in differently for every shot that needs it to do it. And it's a good time. It's a good time. Though I was always worried to do handheld camera animation, because I'm like, oh, I know handheld stuff can cause motion sickness in some viewers. But I'm like, but it's for the art, Dongle. I'm sorry, guys. I like handheld camera animation so much. It's so cool. So yeah, we did that. This shot has a big rendering story to it, so please remind me later in the rendering phase. So we animated it. We have him turning around and saying stuff and saying words. And Pietro's like, oh, brah, 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 and then we do the fade. The fade was pretty cool because I basically just set both sets up in the same folder, or in the same file, and I just rendered the shot twice, so that like this is like it's just the same shot and camera move, but with a different set put over top of it. And that was kind of neato. That was goody yum yum. And we did that. Then we, what is this guy doing in the chat? Thank you. So then we have Pietro saying, yeah, I bunk with Filbert, and then it's like that destruction, it's actually fine, don't even worry about it. And then the animate, and then I was gonna have him hit the desk, but Pietro is too big to like just kind of have him slide into the scene, and his arms are too short for them to like come into frame, and they just kind of just do it like a little action. So I'm like, oh, I'll just imply it later on, and then I didn't even do it at all. I just hadn't had him yell. So yeah, we just kept that going. Hey there, little pink, little lily pink. Welcome to stream. Sahara's eyes though. Okay, so Sahara. I don't know if you're talking about this and then them being purple. This is because her texture. There's too many textures to calculate for this viewport, so it comes in purple. But also Sahara's eyes. They're perpetually closed. So she doesn't she doesn't open them or anything. So her blinks and her different expressions are just different variations of the closed eyelid looking thing. So like everything she does just looks weird in terms of like facial animation. But yeah, but we do it. And yeah, her super surprised face. It's just very black holy for the eyes. So then they talk, and then they get noted, and she's like, yeah, let's go in the back for a hot minute. Oh god, and her ears. So for all the dang shots of Isabella, we always have to animate the secondary motion for her ears and her hair, her top hair bit. Oh no guys, I didn't add her bell jingles. Dang it. Yeah, she has bells that also jiggle, but I did it in the last video, but not this one. Sorry, guys. So yeah, we have to animate her head, her hair bopping around and all that stuff, and like it's both fun but also annoying because I'm not the greatest at animating like physics, but we try, and sometimes it looks really nice. I'm not doing the thing. I have to rig the laptop so that we can see it, and Tommy doing the Tommy. I didn't know we could make fire. just for the bells. Oh, you're right. Um, Ooh, this sequence was interesting because the back room is really tight. So a lot of these shots I had to um, I had to do some different surgery to the room to get some of these shots. Like this laptop is right up against the wall, and there wasn't actually any space for the camera to do a shot like this. So I ended up having to what did I do? That's the 6th sequence right here. So I ended up removing the wall, or taking the wall and pushing it back a bit, and then putting the camera like right up against it. I sunk the laptop down into the desk so that it would cover just the lower half of his face, and that is that's how this shot was done. And I'm like, we need that. This is looking pretty good. I'm curious, is anybody from Nintendo seen your videos? I don't know. I'd like to assume so, but I have no real way of knowing for sure, other than them coming out and giving me a cease and desist. So yeah, Nook, he's typing, he's doing a thing, and Isabel's talking and saying a thing, and this is also another example of like me knowing what they were gonna say, but not animating her mouth super correctly to do it. So like when she says arson, like she keeps talking, but even though it's just one word, and then the whole make fire thing, and it's a good time with them, and they're typing, and Tom Nook's hands are so laughably tiny they don't even hit the keys. He just slaps beside the mouse pad and then the side of the laptop, because they can't actually reach the keys on his keyboard. But we make it work. So for shots like this, I had to use like super low focal lengths and squeeze and like bring the camera like super close to the wall and stuff to get it. And then this is also another example of the thing I mentioned way at the beginning, where I'm like, their heads are so big that they take up most of the frame. So like his head here is like taking up like 40% of the screen. Just so that he can look around and then jiggle his nose in front of the camera and just say, yeah, we got problems, toots. But he's got toe beans because he doesn't wear shoes, so I thought that was kind of fun. And the image that's on this thing is literally just it's like some earlier shot where he's talking or something to somebody. Like it's like this shot or something that I just put on the laptop. I don't know why. Please don't ask me why. I just thought it was a funny thing in the moment. I was gonna change this picture as well, but I didn't have anything like ready to go, and I didn't want to waste time making like a big photo for it. So I'm like, it's fine. We only see it once. It doesn't matter. So yeah, and then we have this shot. The only thing that matters is this bar, but I'm like, shoot, I'm gonna need a whole desktop of stuff to show or to put on here, because you guys like details a lot, and that means I gotta actually do them. So I took his laptop screen and I basically just recreated some UI on it in Affinity. I would show you the project for it, but apparently I didn't save it, so I'm sorry. But I have a very high quality version of this image though, so it's fine. What else is there to say about it? Cake his invoice. Yeah, we update the store once, and Isabel is going, oh no. And then everybody talks, and then well, I don't know what's the problem, guys. Like he just has work in that folder. Like it's just work. Whatever he's doing with his tax receipts and stuff. So crowd chattering. Everybody looks around. Oh, this shot actually came out really nice, but it was actually super not fun to put together, because it was the same deal with the arms coming down from the beginning, where it's like they all basically needed unique movements so that for their turns. And so like Raymond here, he he peeks in through, like, just under Pietro's shoulder. Timmy or Tommy or whatever peeks out from behind Lolly and so on and so forth. And it's like everybody moves to be seen except for Jacob and Roald and Blathers. I was not satisfied at all with Sahara's turn because she's the last to turn and she just looks like a mannequin. But it's fine, so it's okay. Isabel walks out. Their legs don't move in the scene; they just hop. I thought that was kind of fun. And they're all looking. They're all just like, "Give me good news," and she's like, "Up." And then that's where the video ends. So animation for 4, it was time consuming, but like it wasn't super rough or hard for the most part. Her foot is coming out of her shoe. No. And yeah, like it was, but this episode was really dialogue heavy. So I'm like, we're like, there's going to be a lot of body movement, a lot of like arm movement, a lot of like talking and stuff, and it's gonna be a time. Do you think you can handle that, Dongle? And I'm like, no, but I'll figure it out, I guess. And we did, and it came out. I give it a 7. No, I give it an 8 out of 10. It could have been better, but it was pretty good, at least by my standards. And everyone's talking and mingling, and then and so okay. So and there's a lot of comments on Froggy Chair in the back, and not the bidet, but Froggy Chair at least. You guys can thank yourselves for that, because I held a vote for what furniture items should be in the background here, and Froggy Chair won by a landslide. So we put him in, and I actually like took the time to, because the model wasn't in the game, or at least I didn't have the file for Froggy Chair from New Horizons. It just wasn't in the game, and I also don't have an updated version, I guess, of the files from the game. So I'm working with files from like a couple versions ago. But we. Did I make an affinity photo for it? Did I do that? I didn't do that. Why am I a mess? Guys, help me out. We made a Froggy Chair. Come on, open up the folder. Open up the open the folder. We had the Froggy Chair. We took the asset from one of the other Animal Crossing games. But the file for it was so tiny. It just wasn't good enough to be useful. So I cracked it open, and we made a 4K texture for the Froggy Chair, so you could put that back onto the chair asset and get that into the shot, and came out pretty decent. You couldn't even really see it much, at least the details of it back in the shot, but it's there. It's Froggy. Give it up for that boy. Oh, look at his face. It's beautiful. A face that everybody could love. 4K Froggy. Let's go. So that was fun. And then we kept going with that, and we just did that stuff. And you got the hit pics, and he's getting hit pics. Get it? And then the thing, and then we have the dragonfly, which is just from the collector, because I didn't want to make a new bug. Yeah, and then everything. Oh, some other fun things. This one speech bubble isn't moving. It's just floating there. And I'm like, oh no, I could fix that. But that's gonna cost money. Never mind. The bell has an actual like bell in it. Thanks to, I forget who recommended that. Was it? I think it might have been Blue Pixel, but I could be wrong. Last video was awesome. I was so worried about Pietro. He read the forest Pietro and Fib were dreamies. It was Pixel. It was Blue Pixel. So thank you for that. That was a good time. Or that was, at least was a good detail. Ooh, some other things that I should probably also mention. So in the boarding and blocking, we had Isabel sits awake at her desk. And at some point I'm like, I think it actually might have been funnier if I have her sleeping. So in the animation phase of the flag, it's the screaming lady from Kardashian, Keep With the Kardashians or whatever. It's just Mask Boy's flag. Like it's just what he wants. We had her, I changed her to sleeping because I thought it'd be cuter, and I went to this whole problem of like I had her facing the other direction, like her like looking at like these folders or whatever, and then trying to animate her head, her hair, her ear bit, on the desk, like just resting on the desk. But that ended up causing so much problems, and I'm like, it doesn't even look that good. What if I just have her angle her face towards the camera? And we did that, and it looked a lot better. And I'm like, wow, I don't even have to worry about her ear being an ear. Pretty cool. People say that Froggy is overrated. That's a fact. No, that's not a fact. That's fake news. That's what I was gonna say. Yeah. And then Raymond, and then he walks around, and they talk, and he goes, nah, and then she goes, hey, and then they go, nah, and then he goes, hey, and then they go, nah, and then he goes, hey, and everyone just says, man. Animation was a good time. It took a while. I was doing animation for most of September for the most part. Like I'd wake up, I'd do work because I have a day job, and then after work or sometimes during work if I had free time, I would crack open Blender and I would just keep working on this, and we just do it. We just get it going for them for the most part. It's a good time. And I kept crying a little bit every now and again, and then sometimes we didn't, and things would have been great. So yeah, that was kind of the animation phase. Things went okay for the most part. Like they always pretty much do. Like animation's pretty smooth at this point. Like I have a decent workflow in terms of like how I like to animate these characters and like how I like them to move. So at this point, animating is kind of just like going in and just making it look nice as fast as possible, whilst also trying to do the least amount of work possible, because I don't want to spend a lot of time making sure that Nook's clicking animation looks good enough, or looks good. I'm like, I'll animate it for like a couple hours, and I'm like, okay, looks good. This gets the point across, and moving on, and I'll do the next shot, work on it to a point where it looks good enough. I'm like, all right, sweet, moving on, and then so I'll like rarely like come back to a shot if I need to, or if I can help it. But then there's some cases where like there's a good bit of stuff happening. Like in this case, it's like he's sad, so he needs to talk with a sad demeanor, and then he pauses, and then his brother has to kick in and console him, and then continue the conversation. So like this one took a little while, but this one not so much. And her talking, same deal. It's a good time. It's a good time. Hey there, Kenza. Welcome to the stream. You're in for a wild ride. Wild, man. Says, look both ways. We're across the road. So that's animation, and then now I guess we can get into the rendering phase. I could have actually been playing music this entire time. Let's get some of that going. Come on. Give me the playlist, the stream safe playlist. Are you guys ready for some, not Desperado, unfortunately. I cannot play Rihanna on the stream, but we're playing everything else. Shoveled. Sure. So, welcome to the rendering side of the video, guys, where I'm going to talk about all things that were so fun about rendering. I could turn that down too, so we don't get eaten by me listening to music. So, we got into the rendering phase, and I finished all the animation, and everything was great. Everything was amazing. I'm like, oh man, this video's gonna look so sexy. I'm gonna render everything in 4K, and it's gonna be the most delicious video anyone has ever seen. It's gonna render in like no time because I got this honking beautiful 3090 graphics card, and life is going to be magnifique. And then it died on me. It literally just turned to me and was like, all right, man, I'm going on vacation. See you later. And then it just didn't want to work anymore. So I'm like, oh, what's my solution? He goes, don't worry. My brother, just as good, just as reliable. He'll fill in for me while I'm gone, because I had to ship the card to California or whatever to get repaired. And I'm like, cool. Where is he? And he's like, he's in your closet. And I'm like, oh, what is he? And it turns out it's the 1070. And I'm like, oh, can he render any of these shots at all anymore? And he goes, nope, not at all. You can. Good luck. So now I'm left in a position where I thought I could render everything in a couple days, like 2 to 3 days maybe, to, oh no, it's going to take me 2 weeks to render all this stuff now. God damn, it's not good. It's not a good thing. And the 3090 is just like, but it could be fine if you just, tone things down a little bit, not 4K. And I'm like, why did it to be 4K? Please let me. So I tried rendering it in 4K and it just didn't work. So the first couple shots are in 4K, but not the rest. So I'm like, Garbo, what's my solutions then, computer? And it turned to me and it said, all right, you got 2 options here, buddy. You can either render it locally yourself and have it take like a month, or you open up your wallet to the wonderful world of render services, and just pay for some shots to be rendered, buddy. And I'm like, I didn't want to spend money on this video. And it's like, well, you already have. You bought other programs and stuff to do things. I'm like, yeah, but I didn't want to render. I didn't want rendering to cost me money. So we did that. At least we tried to render stuff locally. But a shot like this, it's not playing correctly either. A shot like this would have taken a day and a half maybe, even though it's only like, a couple seconds long. So I'm like, that's not going to work. So I tried putting it on a render service. Well, I tried a couple actually. We used a couple. But I ended up going with this one called Concierge Render, which they're a Blender specific rendering service. And they were kind of the most streamlined and most affordable, I suppose. So I'm like, cool. Can you render this in 4K for me? And they're like, yeah, we can, for $10 a shot. And I'm like, okay, give me a couple, and I want to see how they look. And it goes, sounds good to me. So I gave it a couple shots, and they come back and they look pretty good. But they cost a pretty penny to make. So I'm like, oh, okay, maybe not 4K. Good if we went back down to 1440p, which is what the previous videos were rendered in. And it goes, oh, even better. This shot, $2. This shot, $4. And I'm like, okay, we can make this work. So I got into this pattern of rendering some stuff with them and some stuff locally, at least some stuff that I could render locally, and I went with that. Yeah, $10. I spent money for this dang video, and it's awful. For most shots, it was okay. Like this shot would have been fine. This shot would have been fine, etc., etc. This shot has to re-render a couple times because Lolly here doesn't start. I hope we didn't spend too much. Ooh, Muna. I'm sorry to disappoint you. So this shot, I rendered a version out of a version of that. Well, let me find it. So we rendered a version of the shot that has a bit of problems with it. There's this. So I wanted to give her rim lights around her head, but I didn't know that, or I had this shot set up so that she doesn't start at the door. She's actually like in the desk, and then right before the camera turns, she jumps to being in front of the door. which is kind of fine, but it also leaves on the wall here. There's a bunch of light spill because Blender doesn't have the specific feature called light linking, which makes it so that you can make lights only illuminate certain surfaces and stuff like that. So I could put lights around Lolly here, but they won't. But you won't cast shadows on the walls and stuff like that. But we try. Oh, thank you so much, Kendall. I really appreciate that. So I had to re-render this shot a couple times in a couple different ways so that I can. Where are you? We have like this, which is just the first half of the shots. That well, I re-rendered it again, but had Lolly stand at the door. And I thought, oh, I could just render like the latter half of that and then just kind of comp it in. But then that didn't work. It ended up causing some light problems, some other light shadow bounces problems. And I'm like, okay, what if we just did something else? What if we just rendered Lolly just kind of on her own, and then we just comp that back into like a fresh shot, which we did. So I rendered it again without lights, and at least the second part of it. No, the first part, yeah, without lights. And then we just comp it all together, and then we get Lolly with the lights that we want her to have, but no light bleeding on the walls and stuff like that, and it was cool. So there was a lot of that going on throughout the shot. So like as you can see, like I keep the lights. All these shots rendered out okay, and but this Pietro shot didn't. Same deal. There was I had extra lights on him to illuminate the sides of his head, but those lights were bleeding onto the door here, and I didn't like that, so I had to render this a couple times, then surgically comp it back together to fix it. Oh, thank you, Cabbage. I really appreciate that. And it was a rough time. This shot like most of these shots I couldn't render by myself or on my own. Like this one would have been far too time consuming to do so. So I just put it up on the thing. But then I ran into but then there's this one problem that I kept kind of forgetting, which was where are you? Bam. Which I kept kind of forgetting, which is you gotta pack the files in a very particular way. And by particular I mean you just gotta pack the files. Oh no, do I not have it? Oh no, unless this came out fine. No, it's okay, never mind, the shot came out fine. But the shot after it, this guy? Is it this guy? Hold the version 1. Oh no, never mind. I think this one came out fine as well. This shot? Wait, where was it? Actually, no, I think this one had problems. Okay, hold on. We're getting into the juicy gossip, guys. I tried to believe it's a good time. Yeah, come on. Bam. So I rendered this locally, and I forgot to include the textures for the speech bubbles for them. And I'm like, oh no. Oh well, maybe I can just re-render like some snippets of this. Oh no, their aprons are also missing. Well, maybe I can do I'm like, oh wait a minute. But these are, because they're purple or pinkish or whatever, they're also casting pinkish light on everything. So if I were to re-render like snippets of it, then light from these incorrect assets would still be bleeding onto other things. Oh no, dramatic music. Nah, we don't need that right now. So I'm like, oh shoot, and I got rendered this all night. So like I woke up the next morning and I'm like, let's go finish. Oh, it's broken. Okay, cool. That was like 8 hours of rendering that. That's now gone. That's okay. That's unfortunately that's showbiz, baby. I also ran into a bunch of really gross problems with Isabella specifically. Oh, thank you so much for you. I really do appreciate that. I ran into a bunch of problems with Isabel here because there's this really specific glitch that happens in Blender, and you can see it actually in one frame that I did not fix because I reminded myself to fix it, and then I kept forgetting. But if you skip through here, Where are you? Where are you? Where? Oh, there's one there actually too. So you see this super duper little light thing here, or this blurred frame. So for a bunch of shots with Isabelle here, her skin would just kind of stretch out into random areas, and would leave and even there too. I missed so many of them. So her geometry would just explode on these random frames, and would leave these blurry messes, and it hurt me so bad because some of them were really bad. Oh, this shot had so many. I'm sorry, guys. And right there too, and right there, and it's garbage. For every shot except this one, I had to go in and re-render frames. The 3 Tim Hortons coffees, absolutely. For all the shots that had these problems, I went in and re-rendered new frames for them. So hopefully no one ever sees this in the video, because I tried my darndest to make sure no one would. Do I render with cycles? I do. All these shots are rendered with cycles, and to render them locally, I use a program called Deadline here. Where is it? I use a program called Deadline, which is a render farm. Come on, open up, do it, get open. And through this, I'll just queue up different shots to render, and then so I'll just let this go in the middle of the night. Excuse me. And it'll open up the shots, it'll render them out, and it'll pump those rendered clips, files, frames into their own folders, and then I can come back the next morning and have, a couple of shots finished rendering, and then I can keep working and doing stuff. I really captured the aesthetic with the 3D and rendering skill. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I really like to point out noticeable flaws, but because they're all I see when working on this, because I'm I have to pixel peep the entire time. Like another thing here that I was going to fix but didn't is Pietro's geometry here is incorrectly assigned to transparent shaders. So there's just there's jagged parts of his hand that are rendering transparent. Because I set it up, I set that up in the rigging phase, and then I was fixing it on a shot by shot basis. And even right there, look everybody, the Raymond's broken. I did it. Oh my god, guys, I don't know why you watch me. I clearly don't deliver any quality at all. That's unacceptable. But oh, that's so funny. I didn't even notice literally until right now. He's literally just talking with a T-pose. Oh my god. Oh my god. But yeah, this shot was it needed to be treated 3 times at least, because there is a and even right there's another problem. There's this ongoing problem with Isabelle and her skin, because it's just a skinning problem that I didn't address while rigging her, but the skin underneath her clothing will constantly peek out of her sweater, and in some shots it's a lot more noticeable, but some shots it's not. I for the most part I try to fix it, but if it's an intersection that remains for the whole shot, then I'll just usually just leave it. But in this case, this shot was having it was having these frame popping problems on top of when she jumps up onto the table. Her elbow was peeking through her sweater. So what I did to address that was so here's the first version of it, and when she goes and jumps on the table, we can see this. Bring it up. We can see this going on here, and I'm that's a big no-no, because that's really distracting, and I don't like that. So I went in and I just rendered a little sticker for it. So like I went back in the shot, I fixed it up, and then rendered just a little just a little sticker to put over top of it being fixed, and then I comped that back over top of the original video or the original frames, and then we get it looking all beautiful, spick and diddly dandle, and it's all great stuff. And we do that for a lot of shots. Like a lot of the crowd members would have problems here and there. This shot I had to fix so many times because of the geometry throw garbage. This shot I re-rendered it again because I forgot to add I forgot to include the textures for these in the render farm. Hold on, I'm gonna go over to this one. Ooh, and there's another problem with this shot, which was there's a really specific problem with it that I had to re-render one frame in it, which was frame 126, and I rendered it and I overwrote the frame that it was supposed to replace, and for some reason the way that I even got to that number was kind of wrong. So when I overwrote the actual 26, it turned out to be the wrong frame, and caused this skip in the playback of it. And I'm like, oh no. So I got rid of the broken frame because they were skipping on the broken frame of it. So I got rid of that frame and just renamed it to replace that, and then and hoped that it would just skip the frame entirely because there was one extra frame for it, and it would have been fine. But then in Resolve, instead of just skipping the frame, it paused on it, and so for that shot, like I waited like half an hour for my video to render, and then at the end of it, I looked at, like I rendered it, I uploaded it to YouTube, and I was watching it back, and I saw that it froze, and I'm like, oh god, that's unacceptable. We can't do that. So I went back in and I fixed up the frame numbering for it, and then re-rendered a little chunk of it, and then got that in. But this was apparently one frame off, and I cried because I'm like, how did that even happen? My math is correct. So I slowed it down by literally 1% and and got it to the same length. Super last minute fix. Oh, good gracious, there were so many of them. Yeah, we did that. This shot had a bunch of geometry glitching in it that I fixed. Ooh, these shots had the problem of they rendered out. Where are you? I rendered them out, and I forgot to add the textures for them, and I was crying. Where's the shot? This guy. I rendered it out, and I'm like, let's go! Text bubbles! Oh no. Yeah, look at all that beautiful purplish pink, purple ink. Beautiful kind of garbage. And I'm like, well, that's not acceptable. I can't get away with that. So we packed it up, sent it to the farm, and had them re-render it again. And that happened twice, so that was a good time. We also ran into the problems with Mabel here with her face texture not being correctly set up, so there was a very noticeable disconnect between her textures, and so we fixed that a little bit. Okay. All right, guys. So now I can talk about grass. So all the money shots in this short had grass. And the problem with grass specifically is because it was the fact that I couldn't render it with the render farm. But I only had grass in shots that I really desperately needed that render farm. Because what would happen when I send them to them, what would be... there's 5 versions of this shot. Goodness gracios. So what would happen with these shots is like we'd render them out, and the grass would just be really flickery. Like they'd move how I want them to move, but like, this is ugly. This is so ugly. Like, that's, get out of here. So I'm like, oh, I have to I spent, like, this shot cost like $50 to render, and the result I got back was unusable. So I'm like, okay, well, I need to figure out a way to render this, but also render it in a way so that I can render grass locally, but get it back into the shot that hopefully I already have rendered. I'm like, I literally just need a new grass sticker to, like, put over top of everything, and unfortunately, the solution was just re-rendering the shot like 4 different ways, and even in the background, I forgot to put grass all the way back here, so like it's just empty. So I'm like, okay, well, what can we do about this, guys? And I'm like, okay, let's re-render Filbert and Gas Mask Boy here on a separate layer. We render the trees on a separate layer, and we'll render the background without grass on the farm. I'll render a whole version of this just without grass, and I'll render grass separately myself. And then we can put that into Natron here, and then put them all back together again. You know, very, very cool. So we had a version of the shot that just didn't have grass, and then the version that had grass, but the grass was the flickery garbage. Then we have just a version of just the grass. And that looked pretty okay. So I did like some weird array of masking and on some other garbage to get them to get everything, you know, together. And this just covers the old grass and I had a fun way of describing how this works, but it's not really that fun or it's exciting. I basically just rendered grass and put it over top of the other shot. And then we also re-rendered a new version of Filbert, because it turns out that I couldn't use the old one because, or actually you can see it in this one. He's flickering. The light that's bouncing off from the ground onto the bottom of his head is causing this flickering going on. So I can't even use this original render of Filbert and Mask Boy here. Big sad. So I re-rendered him again, but he's just here. But then I'm like, well, but I don't like how there's no green underneath his head. So we're gonna take this, and we're just gonna take this version of it. We're gonna cut out this version of Filbert, and we're gonna put him in over top of the thing. So it just looks. Oh no, that can't. But you just take my word for it. We use this version of the render to cut out this green version of him, and then we slap that back over top of the whole thing, and it came out looking great. Except, or was it? We did all that to find out that the grass doesn't even move. Well, the playback for it is not helping. Well, it moves a little bit, but I had it moving so much more, and I'm like, oh. That's pretty bunk. But that solution was done as well to the Hippic scene, just with a little bit more extra labor. And this the grass is actually not moving at all. I had this whole sim for it where I was gonna have the grass part underneath Mask Boy's feet, but that didn't work. And so he just walks through it like he's some kind of no clipping guy, and there's also these weird halo effects on everything because it's all separate elements that are squished together, and it's these shots were not fun. They were very expensive and they didn't come out well at all. Well, they came out fine, but it was a time. And then there was okay. So the break-in shot, guys. Okay. How do I even begin to talk about this train wreck of a shot? So I was working on this shot for a couple days. It took a couple days to animate. It took a couple days to get everything looking okay, and then I ran into, and then I reached this very specific point where I'm like, okay, I need to light the shot, but it's going to be dark. It's happening at night. And because of the fact that we're inside of an interior, as well as looking on the outside, it needs to be lit in a very particular way so that we can see both areas clearly enough, I guess. So there's a different lighting workflow that you have to follow when doing interior lighting, and then another one for exterior lighting. So I'm like, oh, okay, well that's gonna be fine. I'll just make them both look pretty schmexy on their own, and then we'll just render it in one go, and it'll be okay. But my card was so slow that I couldn't see what a final frame of this would have looked like on my end. At least I could, but it would take forever. So I'm like, shoot, I'm gonna have to use a render farm to render this. But I'm like, but it has grass. It has a lot of grass, and from our previous experience with grass on this service, it just comes out like a mess. So I'm like, shoot, what am I gonna do about this? So I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna have to at least render it once to see what it's gonna look like. So I got it to a point where I thought it was going to look okay enough, and then I sent it to the farm, and I'm like, I don't really care how much it costs. I'm like, I just need to see a version of it, like a full version of it rendered, so I know what to fix and what I don't need to worry about, and what I can repatch and stuff like that. So I rendered it through the service. It costed $110, and I'm like, oh, great. And it came back noisy as hell. It's so noisy, and I was even cranking up the samples for it, and I'm like, oh no. So this shot was it would have costed me either days to render or tons of money to render if I wanted this to look any clearer than it already did. And it was already so expensive to get this quality of shot, and I'm like, noisy visually. So what I mean by noise is, if we zoom in here to the ground, as I play through it, you can see different kind of warbling looking effects on all the different details of the shot. Actually, I can probably make this even a little bigger. No, I can't. Here, for example, it looks really painterly, and it changes every frame. And if you watch that in if you play that back in real time, then it just looks like this warbly mess of static overlaid over top of the frames or the clip. And the only solution to fix this would just be to crank up the samples, but cranking up the samples also dramatically extends how long the shot takes to render. And the reason why it's already noisy like this is because Blender is trying to denoise an area that's in shadow. The only reason why we see this is because light is coming in through the windows or through these spotlights. It's bouncing around the room and then is illuminating these kind of shadow areas. And I'm like, well, the solution to that would be how it costs so much money. He said he was outside service to render. I'll explain the reason for the rendering prices in a sec. So yeah, it's really noisy because there's just not enough light getting into this area, or not enough information that Blender can work with in terms of how to denoise it. And the solution to that would just be to increase the samples, or increase how much information Blender can generate in terms to light these scenes or these dark areas. But I'm like, I don't need that. The shot already takes forever to render, and I don't want to keep adding to the cost. And then I got back the version as well, and the grass was also flickering as well, pretty terribly. And I'm like, ugh, okay. But I'm like, okay, well, this part of the shot looks okay enough, so I can keep it. Come on. So I'm like, I can keep it, and I can just re-render small bits of the shot from this point onward, and then we'll just merge them all together. So one problem or actually I can show you the first version of it. No, I want I want this shot. Version 1. So, the first version of the shot. Oh no. Take care of you. Thank you so much for coming around, hanging out, and chatting about. I hope you had a good time, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Oh yeah, it's 5:20. Jeez. Yeah. So I rendered this first version of the shot, and I think I had slower samples. But I had this one particular detail where I wanted a rim light over top of Mask Boy when he walks in, so that we could actually kind of see more of his shape as he's peeking in. But I forgot to turn it off for the first half of the shot, so it's just there, spilling light wherever he goes. So I'm like, okay, well, I need to re-render the first half of this up until about here, where he does the thing and then he leaves frame, and we never see it again because I actually animated it turning off. Here's what all the grass looks like. It's garbage. And I cried a lot, but I'm like, but we don't see it for the later half of the shot, so I only need to render grass from like here to here, to about here, which is pretty good. So I guess we can work with that, and the break and everything like that. Like we don't see any of the outside, so like it's fine. So that's what we did. So I went back. I rendered a new base for it. I think in higher samples or something. Did I even do that? Apparently I rendered it twice. No, I didn't. No, I did. No, I don't know. I rendered the first half of it again with slightly higher quality, so that I could fix the light problem and hopefully some of the noise artifacts that were coming up. I also rendered a version of it that didn't have any grass in it, because I'm like, well, I know I can just add grass over top, and that's going to be okay. So then I rendered just the grass, which my buddy Purist so graciously helped me re-render. But then that kind of had problems where the samples for them weren't high enough to could retain details in these far back shadow areas, so those ended up coming out a little bit pixelated. But I'm like, it's fine. Nobody's gonna really care that much except for you. I'm like, I know, but what? So we rendered just grass up until it comes out of frame, and then what was this? I think this is another comp version of it. Yeah, and then I just brought that back into good old Natron here. Was it this shot? Yeah, I made this big confusing looking web of stuff to essentially just cut out the previous grass using the new grass, and then putting all that over and just layering everything on top of each other, and then just building the shot back together, so that it looks the way that it did. And it was a time. It was very much a time. And then the result that I got at the end of it, I kind of just looked at, and I'm like, there's a lot of problems, but fixing it would take another week and would cost another wide array of money, and I don't want to do that. And to answer the question earlier about how the costs of these shots get generated, is because a lot of these render farms, they base their prices off of node hour, so how long it takes for a frame to render, not necessarily what is happening in the shot. So in my case, like each one of these frames were taking like a minute or two to render, and that, you know, times the amount of frames, which in this case was like 930 frames, makes for it being a slow shot to render per frame, but also a very long shot to render just in general. So the cost kind of like continues to rise as the shot continues to render. So at the end of it, you're like, wow, hopefully this was going to only cost a couple dollars. It turns out it costs a couple, not dollars, but double dollars and what have you. So yeah, it costs money. I spent money to render these shots, which is fine, because like I have funds for this kind of stuff if need be. So like it was okay, but the principle of me having to spend money on these when I already spent money to buy a card to do all this for me was very sour to play around with and do. Hey, J Can't Socialize, welcome to the stream. But it came out okay. All the money shots were rendered that way, and then some of them were fine, some of them weren't. What I do, it doesn't. Yeah, I wanted to render all this locally because rendering it locally would have been free, but I didn't have the luxury anymore. My card that I had just couldn't render this in a good enough time frame. Like, it would have taken me like 3 days to render this shot, and I'm like, the video needs to be out in 3 days. So I can't dedicate all that time to rendering one shot. So I'm like, we're gonna buy it, I guess. It's fine. And yeah, everything else was okay. A lot of a good chunk of shots were rendered kind of either locally and then through the farm. And then at some point in the last couple days of the rendering phase, I'm just like, yeah, you know what? Never mind. It's taking my computer too long to render. I'll just put the rest up to the farm and then get them going. So that saved a bunch of time, but it didn't save my wallet. Thank goodness Dongle was Nintendo's. How to get those cool subtitles? I'll talk about the subtitles a little bit later, because that's another big tale. But the short answer to them is I animated them in After Effects. But I'll show you how I did that later. The more you look at it, the more you see it. Yeah. So then the problem with rendering these things is like, I can't really see what the end result looks like until I pay some amount of money to see them, or I wait an hour to render a full sequence, because like the problems that I'm looking for are they're denoising artifacts, which you can only see over through playback. Some shots came out great, some shots didn't, and we kind of just had to live with it, but it's fine. Smoke, fire, woo, the big Gahunga. So the fire was simulated not in Blender, because good lord, no thank you. How do you do the walk cycles in the thing? So that's an animation question. So save that for the end, and I'll talk about it. But the short answer is I use animation layers. So I'll animate a run cycle that's loopable, and then I can save that into a chunk, and then I can loop that chunk for characters. So in our case, for Pietro here, I just animated him running for like 20 frames, and then I just loop that for the duration of the shot. But he run, our boy, he run. Oh, Piepo. Oh no, not the burning. Oh. So the smoke and fire. Thank you, Steve. I think you can make a movie if you wanted. Maybe someday. Yeah. So all the fire. I simulated all this, not in Blender. Blender has great simulation tools, but I did not want to waste time figuring them out. I did that once in a previous video, which was Fee. Come on, help me out, self. Give me my own video. Yeah, I did smoke, or I tried learning Blender's smoke tools to do this, and it ended up just taking forever to get any results that looked okay. Some people can work with it really, really nicely, and I know it's capable. I just don't have the time to fiddle with it, or I didn't have the time to fiddle with it. Where else does this go? And then there's this cool shot where it does this. He goes, wah, and then he goes, oh no, and then all the stuff blasts the door, and it's like, oh my god, and then the castle comes out of the door, and then it goes, and then it's all big and smoky and smoke. So this is well done in Blender, but because I did this in Blender here, I knew kind of what to expect in terms of like how it handles generating smoke, and I didn't want to work with that at all. So there's another program that I know of, at least, and it's one that I've actually used before in the past to do. Where is it? I use it to make the smoke here. Come on, give me the goods. Come on, give me the goods. Did I do it here? Nope. Did I do it here? Yeah, smoke. Okay, so so there's another program that I used Effort after stream. Give Fee a watch. No, give Fee a watch. No, actually, no. Watch Fee. It's pretty cool. Do any of your characters represent you or your friends? They do not. They're all just their own characters. So there's other program that I know of that does smoke called Embergen, and Embergen is Ember. I have so many things open. I'm sorry. Let me just close all this garbage. Embergen. It is a real time smoke and fire. Well, mainly just smoke, because fire comes from smoke. Fire and smoke simulation program that does it all based on your GPU. It's a real time smoke thing. Well, it's not real time in my case because my card isn't powerful enough at this current moment. But it's smoke, actually. And then, but they had another version of it that they're currently beta testing. That redoes the UI for it, and I'm like, let's go, baby. Because it looks really nice. Please open. Yes. Yeah, look at that smoke. Oh my God, smoke on fire. Wow, it's real time. You can make it. You can give it a bunch. Oh no, a bunch. But give me the fuel. Oh, wow, smoke. It's delicious. So I just took where was I just. So I had Pietro's house, and I just took the geo for it, and I just brought it into this program, and then generated some fire around it. This is not going to play well at all, so please keep that in mind. This was originally generated on a card that could handle it, but don't save. I didn't do anything on this. So we have his house, and then it just sets on fire. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, you're getting there. You're getting there. You're doing it. He's doing it. Look at the smoke billowing, baby. Wow, we love it. So yeah, I did a super simple fire sim in this, and then I just exported that out as a VDB, which is a volume database. I don't know, something. It's volume something. Go 1070 go. And then this I could export into, or I could export it from this and import that into Blender. And oh no, I want you to pause. You're taking over my life right now. Stop it, please. Come on, it's so slow. I'm so sorry, guys. You get the idea. Fire. It's pretty fire, fam, and it's set up in a way so that it only looks good from the front. So it doesn't look. So we never see it from the back, anyways. But it doesn't have a back, or it has a bit of a back, but the front is where it's all at, baby. And then the same program was used to make the column at the for the previous shot, which I want to open now. Please. Oh my God. Oh my God. I just want to do this. Yes. Smoke column. Yes. Don't save it, please. I don't need any of this. Smoke column. And this was just you get the idea. I use it to make this smoke, which actually does not start from the bottom. It literally starts from right behind the tree. Technically, you wouldn't see light from the fire from this high up, but I did that because we need to know that it was fire. Like the blue sky was kind of tinted the rain clouds. So oh yeah, that's something I don't think I was going to mention. I planned on having rain, to explain why Raymond's holding an umbrella, because I thought of him holding an umbrella first, just to somewhat obscure him from immediately knowing that it was Raymond at the beginning. But then I got to the rendering stage, and then I couldn't do that anymore, like just the particle systems for it and all that stuff. It would have made rendering the shot a lot harder. So I'm like, it's fine. We'll just allude to rain. The sky doesn't help at all because it's not a stormy sky. And I tried later on in this shot. Where is it? This shot afterwards, because you can kind of hear some thundering outside. Kind of. Very faint. I tried to allude that it was raining outside by adding some sound effects of rain outside, but it ended up just coming out sounding like noise, not mixing well with the sound of the crowd. So I'm like, it's fine. It doesn't matter. He's holding an umbrella. Raymond's like that. So yeah, I wanted to make it rain, but I didn't, and I also didn't do any other things to help sell the idea that it was raining, unfortunately. But oh well, it's just a video. Smoke column, you're still rendering. Stop it. But that goes up. It goes up pretty tall, so that I can export that, put that into the shot, and then render that from a couple different angles. You can make a shader for waves. You kind of can, but you also kind of can't. If you need to do really specific things, then it gets it can get complicated quickly. But I try a bunch of different novel ways to make water. So yeah, that was wait, where is it? Fire. So the problem with the fire was this shot was fine. I could render this locally because this actually rendered pretty quickly. For rain and puddles. Yeah, I knew how to do it all. It just there's like a fruit fly in front of me. I knew how I would have done it, but the process of putting it in and making it would complicate the shot more, and it was already unfeasibly able to, I already wasn't able to render it the same way before, so I'm like, I'll just cut it out, make my life easier, because I needed my mental resources to do this stupid shot. So this shot was a big pain in the butt. Some of the new features from updating the animations, we'll see. I didn't plan on seeing any of that or any of that happening, so I might have to rewrite some stuff, but we'll see. I don't know yet. So yeah, this shot was a pain in the butt. I couldn't render this locally. Like, I just could not render this at all by myself. Like, it would have taken forever. And so I'm like, okay, I need to use the render farm for it. And I looked at them and I'm like, do you guys do simulations? And they're like, we do, but you got to pack them up in a very specific way, buddy. And I'm like, okay. So I pack it up. The simulation for the smoke and fire ended up, it was 3 gigabytes that I then had to upload to the site, and then hope to Gumbo that it would render out okay. But I'm like, but I know it's going to cost a lot of money, and I cannot render it twice. So I need to make sure when I hit the render button on it that the result that I get is what I get, and I'm not changing it. So for like a couple days, I'm like tweaking it, trying to make it look like fire, and it ended up and the best I was able to get it with, because the smoke sim for it, or the file for the volumes or whatever, I couldn't shade them the exact way that I wanted to see it, because I wanted to see like fire coming out of it, but then that bellowing into like thick smoke. But because of how the shader was set up, it wouldn't let me have both. I could only do one or the other, and I'm like, okay. But like all this orange is like, it's being illuminated by fire elements in it, but you can't see it you can't really see it except for like here, kind of. So I'm like, oh well. So then I sent it off to the boys, and they rendered it, and it came back looking okay. But I ran into, where was it? So this was the first version of it that I got, and I'm like, whatever version we get, we're just gonna add on top of this and then re-render it in parts. Resolve, where are you? So we got it, and the grass is flickery. Obviously, the smoke isn't as vibrant as it was before, and it's also incredibly noisy. Like, it's so noisy. And I'm like, well, again, the solution to fix that is cranking up the samples, making it more expensive to render, making it take longer to render, or making it take longer to render, which makes it more expensive. And I'm like, but that's cool. We'll make it work. So then I just did a crap ton of comping on it to make it grossly brighter. Because it's like a dream sequence, so all the colors are super saturated. I re-rendered the grass, and then I recomped that back in over top so that it wouldn't flicker as much. Added a bunch of blur and stuff like that, and then and some heat dispersion to around them and all that garbage. So I'm like, yeah, I can only render these once, and whatever we get, we'll just force it to make it work. Where did I get inspiration for Mask Boy? Yeah. I just thought he was a funny character, and I've been loving him ever since. This shot, actually, there's no smoke in the back. It's actually, and I thought this was pretty funny of a solution for it. Come on, open up. It's this shot. Give me the pack first. Excuse me. So yeah, this shot is actually just a texture at the back that's just moving upwards, and it looks, and it ends up looking like that. And we got some lights behind him to add some like red, some rim lights around his head to cut out his head from the background a little bit. And yeah, look at those leg movements. What a beautiful boy. He's doing the thing. And I took that and I brought that into After Effects, added some heat garbage, which kind of came out okay. And then Pietro, he'd cry. How this transition was done was both sets are in the same file, or the same the same blend file. And I just animated him once, animated the camera movement once, and then I just rendered the shot twice. So once with the grass, and then once again with, or the later half of it with all the characters and everything staring at him. And then we can just put those over top of each other in the thing, in the edit, and then Bob's your uncle. Bob literally becomes your biological uncle, and it's a good time. The only downside to it was I had to render the first half of it locally so that I could get the grass to not freak out, but it ended up freaking out anyways. So like, here's how it looked, where it was grass, and then at the end of it, it just starts like moving a lot. And I'm like, that's kind of gross, grass. Can you guys not do that? And the grass said, no, we're only moving weirdly. And I'm like, okay. So yeah, so I had to finagle that a little bit so that we wouldn't see that during the fade. Why is this music so dramatic? Thank you, Jellyfish. Oh. Well, that's kind of close, but we're not at a new hour yet. It's only 5:44, so that's the thing. Oh wait, how long have I been streaming for? 2 hours and 40 minutes. Damn, why are all 120 people here? Go hug your families or something. But yeah, so these shots were really traumatic. Like, I was, it was very not fun rendering these or working with them, because they just didn't. Like, this shot came out okay. This shot I rendered once. This when he throws it in, and I'm like, let's go. It's this actually came out pretty good. I'm not gonna complain about it. And then this shot, there's no smoke, so it was super cheap. And it was pretty good. I also wanted to add embers and stuff, like, flying out of it, because fire just doesn't cleanly burn, or wood doesn't cleanly burn. But I just didn't, because I didn't want to keep overcomplicating the shot, so I just left it. But it's fine. Oh, actually, and you can't really see it, but I even I even textured his house to have like a burning plaster. Oh no, is this gonna look bad? Yeah, there you go. We even textured his house to have like bubbling burning paint and stuff. I didn't texture the door because we only really saw it like once, so I'm like, it's fine, we'll just leave it. And some of the smoke comes through it anyways, but yeah. And I was also contemplating having the smoke, at least in this shot, react to him throwing the canister in, because it should, in theory, waft around it and what have you. But I just didn't do that. He just throws it anyways, and it's fine. Get in there, gas canister. And you can't hear it really in the video, but he does. There is a throw sound effect when he throws it, but I'll talk about that a little later if I can remember. So yeah, house burning. It was a good time. I really wanted to do this so badly, and I got to do it, and it was so painful to do the entire time. But I'm like, but it came out pretty okay. So, no harm, no foul, except for all the sleepless nights of me crying in the bathtub. But it's fine. It's fine. We get to see Filbert doing a wave. Like, yo, that's good. Have I done Q&As before? I do Q&As pretty much every stream, like just throughout the streams. People ask questions, I'll just answer them. But I haven't like done a dedicated one yet. But at the end of this, I'll open the floor to all sorts of questions. So stick around for that, if you can at least. I don't know how when I'm quote unquote ending me talking about things. And yeah, all the lighting in the town hall was like, I literally just made like one general like light profile and was dumping that into all the shots. And then so for a lot of these like back and forths, come on, give me. For all these back and forths, it was like, it's just the same light setup for all of them that I just keep reusing and maybe slightly tweaking every now and again. Oh, actually, and also for the back here, we never all this light is coming from the stairs, because I just assume that the two of them live upstairs in the house. So I'm like, wow, they have the lights on, so we can actually see them and give them a little bit of direct your eye towards the back. The shot also doesn't have glass, because I couldn't get the glass to render nicely, but also still being clear enough to see the back. So, or it's just to see through it. So I just opted not to render glass. I was also going to have this shot have no interior lights as well, but I didn't do that because I was like, well, I want to see the boys. And then at some point I'm like, well, I should just do spotlights just in case, somebody comes back and sees the thing and wants to go, is that Froggy chair at the back? And then they can see it because there's a light on it, and it's great. What programs do you use? Blender. Well, that's a loaded question. We use Blender for animation and pretty much almost everything. DaVinci Resolve to animate or to edit everything. After Effects to do composition work and 2D animations, and then Cubase to do music and sometimes sound. And then some other programs here and there for other like really specific things. Yeah, lighting, rendering is kind of cool. The back. Give me the goods. All right. This transition, actually, I really wanted to be the opposite, where it comes in from the sides and it comes in the center, because that's how it does in the game, but I couldn't find a way to flip this, and I thought it didn't really matter that much. The back scene. I was trying to like, my inspiration for the lighting for this was actually Fight Club. I thought that like a warm bluish hue back room lit garbage would have been fun. The other light here doesn't work, or like it kind of is a lot dimmer than this light, because I wanted this particular area of the room to be where most of the light kind of emanates from. All the chairs are rigged to bend and move around. And same with the laptop. You kind of can't see it, but Nook pulls the chair back and then comes forward. to do the laptop, I had to make sure that this material was casting light, but also added a second lamp on it so that it would turn on when he raised up the laptop. The laptop actually isn't this bright, so I had another light to illuminate his face and what have you. Isabel is completely littered with rim lights so that we can get these kinds of highlights and these kinds of details on around her head, so that we can actually see her. The door, it basically looks like water. I kept telling myself I was going to fix the reflections on it, didn't do it. And then they're talking, and then Nook is talking. This rim light on Nook was so dumb to put on him, because I had to make it bright enough to see, but also not bright enough to bounce off the back wall and re-illuminate his entire face. That was a good time, but we figured it out. Isabel's looking, and he turns around and does the thing. His laptop shouldn't actually be this bright, but it is, because I thought that looked nicer than it not. Isabel walks around. She just teleports from her chair to get to here, because I didn't want to stay on this shot for too long. So she walks up and she's like, "Yo, what's up?" This shot, at the very last minute, I decided to put this like pixel filter kind of looking thing on it, which kind of looks nice, but also ruins the legibility of this text, which I thought was kind of sad. So sorry guys if you were watching this and going, "What does it say? What does it say, Donkey? What does it say?" And I go, "Well, it's just terraforming," but hopefully you get the idea already. Yeah, we made all the background for it. I just cracked open DaVinci Affinity Designer, and then made this. It doesn't look that great. I'm not a UI designer, so please spare me. But yeah, it just lights up the shot, and then I reused the same shot to do a zoom in, because I thought that would have been better. But yeah, and then Isabel just goes crap, and then you cut back to everybody talking. Do you see this? Raymond's eye or his glasses are now sunglasses, and I noticed that at the beginning, and I'm like, I'm gonna fix that, and just never did. So sorry, Raymond, you're pretty much the weakest link in the entire party here. What else is there? Every shot is pretty much custom lit for the most part. Like, I know I said I reuse the light setups. I think I do for the most part, but like they all need to be tweaked very specifically so that everybody can be seen, or everything that I want to be seen can be seen. I was originally going to have these windows somewhat opaque so that you could see the trees and whatnot that are outside, but didn't do that. Instead, I just made it black, and I'm like, no one really even cares, but they're dirty, so that's kind of cool. Isabel's standing around. Oh, this shot had rendering problems because her skin would keep doing the weird craggly looking geo things. I had to re-render her sweater, or her lower half, and that's fine. But oh no, do you see that? It's Nook's armpit coming through his shirt. Gosh dang it. What, guys, how do I call myself an animator? And yeah, villagers, they're all looking and what have you, and it's a good time. None of these girls can blink. I had said that earlier, but now I'm saying it again. It's a good time. Isabel, she does a thing and yells. I kind of wasn't super duper on the ball with her being sad and looking like she's struggling to push out her words, but at the same time I'm like, nah, it's fine. It's a good time. Because you say you are an animator. I'm not an animator. I'm just a guy who can kind of do animation and can kind of do everything else. So please do not look to me like some sort of a cool inspirational lad, because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just making stuff. What happened here? So we have this shot. Oh, this was pretty fun because I rendered this with a bunch of rim lights for Raymond here, but those rim lights were causing were causing light to spill on the ground here, and I'm like, that's illegal. Can we not have that? So I had to rejigger this for like half an hour to make sure that the lights would appear on him but not appear anywhere else, and that was a good time. Our boy and girl here, the laptop doesn't illuminate any light, but I made sure it did. So he's looking at his spreadsheets. Isabel does that, and then wakes up, and then she looks over, and it's our boy Ray, and he's all cool. He made sure to do some rim lights so we could see his actual rim glasses. But oh no, what's that? It's a transition error between two of his textures. Densle, how did that happen? Well, you see, the textures that make up his eyes and his mouth are kind of different for some reason, and I can't get this seam out of the way. I tried so hard, and it didn't work, because I'm like, screw it. We're rolling with it. It's a feature. And he walks around, and you can even kind of see it, but it's really hard to catch. He walks over, and he's standing beside the ATM, and the ATM casts a little bit of light, but we don't ever really see that. So, but I made sure it did. Very cool. So they talk, and then Lolly, she's walking with the thing, and it's a good time. Expert level. I could be professional, but it's just a hobby. Boy, please, guys, I'm not that good at animating. Like, look at her head movements. Okay, can you play that back nicely? Can you just take my word for it? It's okay. And her mouth, you can kind of see it, but the normal map for her mouth comes outwards, so there's a little bit of a rim light on the lips of her mouth. It's when it should be the opposite. Those should be shadows. Oh no. And the bell. There's nothing cool about the bell. Town meeting. Raymond here doesn't move much, but he does, and this thing doesn't move. Big sad. Everyone's yelling and talking and whatever have you. Yeah, I already talked about all this garbage earlier. Mask, those didn't render correctly. Those, and then everybody. I reanimated this shot like twice because I was not satisfied with how they walked out of frame. Where am I? Yeah, I'm just here. And I'm like, I'll do this cool detail where Timmy or Tommy goes to the left, and then the other Timmy or Tommy goes to the right and goes, wait a minute, you're not following me? And then he would run her back across, but I didn't have enough time to do that, so I just didn't. But instead we had Lolly kind of just confused, like, oh no, who do I go with? And then everyone's talking and dancing and having a good time and what have you, and it's delicious. Hippic skin. There's this weird problem with his mouth. It's too shiny, so it came out looking really white, because for some reason the insides of all their mouths are just like, they just never get textured correctly, and then they don't come out as reflective as they come out way more reflective than the rest of their body, and I keep telling myself I'll fix it, and I never do, but oh well. And then Nook is nooking around, the boys are boying around, and then Mask Boy is boying around, and I wanted to have particles of like door splinters coming through from the axe, but I didn't do that, and I'm like, we'll just sell it with sound effects, that's fine. And we did. Yeah. And the line about gasoline, totally not, or wasn't originally planned, but I'm like, but it makes so much sense if we just have him say that. So we did, and then it adds more context to this sequence. Pretty cool. Wow. Pros level writing strat? ? Fire. We already talked about fire. It was fun but awful. Pietroing as he's Pietroing. No, I'll talk about the text bubbles later. And then they all talk in the back room, and then Nook is nooking around, and Isabel's Isabelling around, and they're all having a good time, and it's a good time, and everyone's like, are we gonna have a good time? And she's like, pretty cool. Subscribe to my Patreon and what have you. So that's rendering. It took about 2 weeks to get everything rendered, and it was very painful. Wow, it's Cora. Welcome to stream. It was very painful, and it took too long, big oof. So much time was spent rendering stuff, and then I'd get it back to see that like it's not usable, and I'd have to figure out a way to fix it or salvage it, and it was a rough time. Probably the roughest time out of all the videos so far, but it's 100% just due to the fact that I just didn't have my card. which is not much of a reason to complain, because it's a very frivolous thing to complain about, but it was very useful. Ooh, I like this song. So now we can talk about sound effects or editing. Comp work. Oh, actually, no. I can talk about the After Effects stuff. So I'm going to close Blender for a hot minute so we can free up some resources, and also close 4K Froggy here. Did I do anything with this? I did. I made the commentary thumbnail for today. After Effects. Well, don't worry, Nancy. We'll do sound hopefully before you leave. But first, I gotta quickly talk about the speech bubbles and some of the pros and cons of doing them. So, previous videos, I would do the joke where speech bubbles are physically in the scene, like they're. That's not the shot. Actually, this is a pretty good one. Where yeah, text bubbles are physical entities that are in the shot. But the problem with doing them this way is that they're if I need to change them or fix them, then it's a whole process to do stuff, like any typos and whatnot that may arise. I know, like oh, I want to change her great to like fabulous or something like that. Then it means I have to go back into how I did them previously. Was I made the speech bubble effect or the speech bubble entity. I'd bring that into After Effects where I animate the warbling aspect of it, and as well as the text. I'd render that out as a image sequence, and I'd bring that back into Blender where I'd actually place it. No, I don't want to. This is anxiety. So I'd place it. I place that back into the shot, and then I'd render that out with the rest of the shot. If I need to do fixes, then I have to re-render small portions of the shot to just change words or what have you. But Spanish, I don't know Spanish. If you want to volunteer to use Spanish subtitles, then I'll add them. So yeah, so like this is fun for for certain shots or themes where it's like where the idea of the text bubble itself is the joke. But in this particular video, it's like it's not necessarily as important, or like them being in the shot isn't really important. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll do them 2D at least, or this time at least, and see how that goes. So now I'm tasked with the fun of animating everything in 2D, and that frees me up to if I need to do any changes later, or it frees me up to just figure out what they're going to say later, because I'm like, I know what they're going to say, but not necessarily how they say it or what words they'll be using to say it. And I don't want to have to jeopardize or slow down the rendering process to figure out exactly what they're going to be saying right then and there, so that I can begin rendering. I'm like, I'll render stuff first, and then I'll figure out what they're saying later, and then we'll worry about that. We'll do that. You get the idea. So all the text was generated in After Effects here. So I would literally just take a shot. I would take the animation for it, and then I would just animate these little speech bubbles in accordance to what they're saying. And that was it was not a good time, because it's broken up into 3 layers, which is you got the cloud, and the cloud is animated through a heckin' ton of keys that come up and whoop, and then stretch and bend into form. Then there's their name tags, which have to be separately animated to be on the side. I tried to figure out ways to like just parent it or like stick it to the side, but I couldn't find any good solutions in a good enough time frame. Ooh, and that was a good time, but and that meant having to animate each speech bubble or each name tag as well as the speech bubbles, and on top of that I also had to animate the text coming in from the center of the bubble and then growing outwards, which was pretty easy, but like there's a lot of text. so I was like, this is gonna be easier than doing it all through speech bubbles, and like it was, but it also wasn't. Like it basically just shifted a bunch of like other work I would have to do later to like now, and I was kind of sad about that, but it kind of wasn't. So for the first half of the video, it was really simple because I could just, please, I could just take the shot, and I can just in After Effects make a like a per shot thing. How to do all the subtitle stuff? I'm to explain that right now. Banana boy, come on. So I would make in After Effects a composition that is the length of the shot itself, and in that composition, I would reference their actual shot and what they're doing, and then I would animate the text so that it would kind of be in sync with. It's okay, boy. Sorry, I yelled. I'd animate the text to be in sync with what they were saying or with how they were moving, and it was cool for most shots, but for some other shots, it kind of got a little more complicated. Like when they're saying a lot of words, like this shot, no. Yeah, kind of like this stuff and what have you, and like I kept figuring out different ways to do text or easier ways to do text as I was going through it. Information on stuff in the new update. I don't know. We'll see. Where to get the voices? Ooh, voices are coming in sound. You'll have a good time with that. So yeah, we'll animate all the text like on a shot by shot basis. But then later on, I ran into this problem where text had to overlap shots, like the Pietro sequence, for example. It's like it starts with him talking, and then in the middle of him speaking, it cuts to another shot, and his speech bubbles need to remain on screen during other cuts. So during this fade, he's talking again some more, and yada yada yada. And then, and it's like, yeah, text starts to overlap shots, and I need to figure out a way to do text that remains on screen, but not on a shot by shot basis. So I'm like, okay, well that means I have to, I don't know, make a big file or something for them, which I did, and I present to you the Pietro spin sequence shot. So it's like. What is this? Get out of here. Sorry. So we have sequences or little blocks of text where he's speaking, and then I basically just made a really big composition where I animate a bunch of lines of dialogue in one big file, and then I just overlay that back over top of the video. So like I just animated all of his dialogue for the spin sequence in one big file, and then just rendered that out. In the specific case for this, I also wanted to do this like dream kind of effect on it. You can kind of see it like at the very beginning. Actually, I can do it over here because it's a little faster. So you can kind of see it. But I don't know how noticeable it was for people. So he begins speaking, and then to transition from this kind of like, you know, real world setting or whatever to a flashback, it gets eaten by the smoke that transitions into a memory, and here all the text is glowy and little and like dreamy and a little wavery and all that stuff. So I just took the same text and added a bunch of effects to it. Where is it? Where are you? Pietro 1? No. Spin? Yeah. And add a bunch of effects to it. So we just added like a little glow, a little glow. Yeah, a little glow, some warble effects, some wave warping. You can barely even see it, but it's there. Ooh, warbly. And then I wanted to do with another thing, which was later on when he gets near the fire, because the color of it also changes around a little bit to be like, ooh, spooky. It's a clown. It's very very great, delicious. And then we get to the fire bit, and it turns red or yellowish. As you can't even see it. So I literally just did it for no reason. But it also is affected by the heat dispersion as well. Wow, super cool. It's really not. I'm making it sound neater than it really is. and he talks and he does a thing, and then because Pietro's quoting Mask Boy, there's no name tag for him because players don't get name tags, and then it's all warbly because it's hot, and then as it fades back, the effect goes away. Wow, so cool. And I was doing this, and I'm like, wow, well that means I can basically just make the text performative as well, because now I'm free to animate it a lot more easily with After Effects. So I'm like, we're gonna do some fun stuff with it, where it animates around a little bit more, and does some other stuff. This was a last minute effect where she says "huh," and then he yells, and then the speech bubble for it, like, or the name tag for it, gets thrown away. Oh no, what shot number was that? That was yeah, that was dialogue ref. Was it this one? No, spin. Dialogue ref. Let me in there, baby. See, oh god, big composition, a lot of dialogue, a lot of people yelling and talking and eating, stealing bugs, residents hitting. Oh, this was not the correct sequence. This is another one. Oh no, it's right here. Yeah, he yells, kills, butt. Come on, butt. And then it throws her thing out of the way, and I'm like, that's so cute and delicious. Let's make that a thing. So I put it on a little shaker thing, and which let me where is it? Speech, cloud speech. Where is it? Picture dialogue. It's in here. Let me in. Let me in. Oh, this goes so deep. I'm sorry, guys. I'm losing myself in my own composition. Yeah, we animated it to shake a little bit, because I was like, that's kind of neat. And we animated that to also move out of the way. Very yum. Very cool. Very good job, Donkey. And I'm like, oh, it's just stop it. So yeah, we did. So I tried to make the text like at least fun to look at when reading it, even though I was really worried. I got one comment about it, and it kind of solidified my fear for it, which was sometimes the text is a bit too fast to read, because I have to, like, I'm in this really fine balancing act where I can't keep text on for too long, because it will make the shot linger and also will make the shot more expensive to do. But also, if I make the shot too short, then it doesn't give you enough time to read the text. So I have to like rely on you guys to like pause the video, which kind of stinks. But at the same time, it's like, but it feels weird if I just have, if we just stare at him, looking at him while I give you guys time to read the text. So it's like there's this balancing act of text speed that I have not fully figured out yet. But we'll get there someday. People can't read that. I can't even read that fast, even though I gauged a lot of this reading speed on like my reading speed ability, which it's not that fast. But I'm like, yeah, it's okay. You can pause it. It's fine. So they talk and they talk and they talk, and then this shot had some problems because sometimes the name tag wouldn't sync with the bubble scaling. And actually, I can go back over here because it's a better time. It makes it seem more realistic. Thanks. Yeah, like I was trying to keep it from being weird, because it's like, because they're talking and they're also accompanied by the sounds of their dialogue. So like, in theory, it makes sense, but on an accessibility level of things, it also kind of isn't the greatest. At least I didn't handle it the greatest. But next time, I'll figure something else out. So yeah, that's kind of how I did the text. I just did it all in After Effects. I did it in big chunks. I did it in 2 days, And it's like 2 full days of me just sitting here going, all right, what is this? It's him saying but. So I'm like, okay, you animate that in there and write in all the texts, and then make sure that it comes in from. What? Where are you? Come on! It comes in from the center, so I have to grab it and animate it from the center, and then have it come up to the front, and then I'm like, and then I gotta take the cloud bit, and I gotta, where are you, cloud bit? You gotta go into its animation layers and go. Oh wait, no, I need this on. And pick its sides, and then just animate it expanding and contracting, and then we gotta animate the name tag coming along with it. And at the beginning, I'm like, this is the superior way to do it, Donkey. And I'm like, yeah, it is. And then I got into it. I'm like, but I liked it. The result was fun. So yeah, so I'm not mad that I did it, but I'm also not the proudest dad in terms of figuring out the bestest way to do that. But it's fine. Hey there, Elif. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, well, it is rough, but it's fine. The alternative would be to just have it on screen, kind of just like how it was in the animation phase. But I thought that was ugly. I like just having it like this, like regular dialogue. But I'm like, no, it's an Animal Crossing video. You guys want, like, I want to do something fun with it. I want I want as many aspects of this video to be as Animal Crossing related as possible, or at least feasible with my abilities. So I'm like, text bubbles, I can absolutely just figure out different ways to do text, because that's fine. They don't speak real words, so we have to rely heavily on text, and I don't want text to be boring. So yeah, we try to make it fun, at least enjoyable to read and go through. The transitions in the scene, thanks. I'm glad you like them. So that's text. Yeah. So now I'm in this position where I can do 2D text and 3D text, which I will be capitalizing on later. All right. Now I can actually finally talk about sound. This is not going to play well, but I will try my hardest to get it to work. Wow. So I'm gonna have to pause the music as well. So sound. There is a total of 21 layers of sounds in this, and I tried to organize it a little bit more this time, because I always run into the problem where, like, I'll add sounds in, but I'll just not keep track of like where things are or what tracks things are on, and then it makes tweaking them a lot harder later, and it's not a good time. But so this time I'm like, okay, we're going to be organized about it, and we're going to make sure it's good, it's Gucci, it's delicious. So I'm like, we want a track just for mono sounds, which in this case is all the game sounds, because they're not in stereo, big sad, but everything else can be stereo tracks and what have you. And the reason why that's important is because I don't know if this will come across on stream, but like this sound, for example, you can hear it in both ears. And I don't know if the stream is set up so that actually have left and right channels, but if we put this on a stereo channel, it only comes to the left side. And like I could fix that by like going in and like panning it all the way to the right. No, I can't. Never mind. I lied to you right to your face. How dare I? But yeah, I like so like game, like sound effects that I'm using specifically from the game, I can't put. They have to be on mono channels. So I have to make just a bunch of tracks to so that they're on that. So that all the sound effects are from the footsteps sound effects are from the game. Actually, I can turn this up too, because now we're getting loud. And I went through. There's tons of footsteps, and we just got a bunch. To be honest, they weren't really mixed in the greatest. I kind of rushed it to get the video out on the last day, but sue me. We also use a metric ton of expressions, as well as all of this other stuff like the doors. I for the life of me, I was like, oh, I need to get the door bells like jingle sound, and I was like looking up in the game, trying to figure out how they do it, because the files for it only had like they had them, but it's like specific tones. Like there's just a bunch of different keys for a door sound, and I'm like, are you telling me that they generate the doors, like the sounds of the door jingle, like in game? Turns out they do. So I'm like, God dang it, which means I have to just make it work. And yeah, so like when beginning the sound process, I would literally just play the video and I would add the most apparent sounds first. So in our case, I'm like, I need thunder, so we'll grab some of that. I need the sounds of leaves and or like just atmospheric background noise of the forest. Based on your island's theme song? God dang it. Yeah, thank you. I that's rough. We have that, and then so I started by just doing like a bunch of room tone stuff and just like ambient setting noise. So in our case, yeah, just that stuff, and then no, that's not that. We have room tone here and there for the in the background of the town hall. I don't know if you can even really hear it, but that's just to indicate that we're in a room. What else do we got here? That's crowd movements. That's crowd. We got some more crackles in the background. We can go. There's a super muffled crackle, and it's been asking me for over a year. Yeah, you should probably update your resolve. You're missing out on some. Yeah, actually, I don't know what you're missing out on, but there's some good stuff around the place. We'll talk about music in a hot minute. What is this? Oh yeah, the Nook's typing. And like I gotta panel that garbage to the left and right channel so that we can hear it, and then all the doors and stuff and the. No, I need you to. Yeah, I added some chair movements, even though you can't really hear them that much. Room tone is super hard to record in isolation. That's true. I source all of my sounds from the beautiful site Epidemic Sounds, and those guys, or that site, is where I get anything that isn't from the game. I usually get from there, and if I can't find something from there, I'll record it myself. But in this specific instance of this video, I didn't record anything myself because I was too lazy to do that. Hey Amanda, welcome to the stream. The crowd. We did. I needed the crowd sounds, so instead what I did was I got some human sounds, and then some human crowd noises. Come on, play. But I'm like, oh, but they're not human. They're not speaking words, so I need to also layer that in with animalish sounds. So I made a animal crowd noise thing to overlay on top of it to hopefully mask out most of the underlined space between like audible human noise and then animalish kind of noise, hoping to blend the two together. And then we just pitch it up so that they're louder than the back, and yeah, it's a good time. I do that for like a bunch of stuff where I'm like I'll layer, like if game sounds don't work well enough, then I'll layer them with the real sounds to just kind of give them a little bit more oomph. Well, I'm kind of jumping the gun here, but the the door sequence with Mask Boy axing the door. It originally was just this, because this is the axe sound from the game, and I'm like, that's ugly. That does not give us any oomph in terms of, like, you know, how violent I want it to sound. So I'm like, okay, well, we're gonna add this bit, some wood splintering, and then as well as some what is this? An axe pull sound effect, and then just a general door hit, and some more splintering stuff. So it's a bunch of, where is that? So all three of them layered together, and and then the one big last axe hit, and then some door explosion sounds for the end. We get everything kind of gonna work it. It's a good time. it's a great time. In the background, you can kind of hear the boys kind of cowering in fear a little bit with that sound, and it came together significantly better than I thought it would, because I would just peruse the epidemics looking for like axe sound effects, and I would come across like a bunch of interesting sounding stuff, like yonder, and then when you layer them all together, then, like, you know, it sounds kind of cool. And then that's it's a good time. It's a good magnifique, beautiful spaghetti kind of thing. So we do a lot of that for a lot of this. When we cut from, oh, do I have anything muted here? I do not. When we cut from, the crowd. Okay, so this was also a fun detail that I actually liked. So everyone's talking and they're all like blah 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 blah. So everyone stops immediately, and then now the crowd is just completely silent. So I wanted to sell the effect of a crowd of a bunch of people in a crowd saying the same thing, but not at the same time. So usually when a whole crowd tries to answer a question, then you have some people that start earlier, then you have the wave of everybody, and then you have some people that start that kind of go on a little too long. So I'm like, well, I want to mimic that again. So I took some of the other noise samples that I had for some of the other characters and just layered them, coming in earlier and later than the big crowd sound effect, which kind of gives off the impression that you know, that the crowd is a collection of voices rather than just like one big thing. Because I found if I just made it one big block, then it sounds kind of funky, which would have been okay for the most part, but I'm like, it could be better. So we made it fade in, and we had layered some other boys just to help with the easing in and easing out. We also had a bunch of speech bubble sound effects, because every time a speech bubble comes on screen, it's accompanied by and we had to hear that. Then there's the music. We'll get into the music later. We'll get the voices a little bit later, or how the voices are done. And I wanted to add reverb and stuff to them to kind of put them more into the room, but didn't do that. And then we have just regular crowd stuff in the background. Super duper quiet. I made like 2 versions of the sound bite because I was finding that you could kind of hear it being repetitive in the background for some later shots. So I'm like, well, we need variation. But that also mixed with some real life crowd muffling. Helps sell the room kind of being filled with people. The buzz of the light in the closet. So I was actually really worried about that because it was originally supposed to be much louder. Like this light. And at the beginning of the shot, like, it sounds fine, but then if it's on for too long, then it starts to get really distracting because you can really start hearing it. And then eventually it gets really like, not overbearingly loud, but just really noticeable and really distracting. So as the shot continues through, I just slowly lowered it even quieter to the point where like it almost disappears. So yeah, so like I had it at the beginning so you could hear it so you know it's there, but I just finagled with it so that it wouldn't hurt to hear, because it's a really high pitch, high frequency sound. That is not a comfortable thing to continue to listen to for like a minute long. But yeah, it's a good time. It's great. It's delicious. They're talking. They're doing their things. We're using a bunch of sound effects. It's a good time. Ambiance. And the paper sliding. It's a good time. Nook doing a thing. It's mostly just regular game sound effects. Like this chair hit I somehow found. And then all the door stuff. So you got this sequence where I had a door knock. We panned it off to the left side so that it was behind us. I also EQ'd all the footsteps from the outside so that they didn't sound super clear. We also added a bunch of rustling sound effects to imply that they're kind of moving behind the camera. I kind of wanted it to be better, but I didn't really know exactly what sound I wanted to hear from it, so like I didn't know what to like look for or do. So I'm like, yeah, it's fine. But yeah, we got Mask Boy. He's walking around, and he's looking in, and he's doing a thing. I always hated the second leaf movement sound effect, but I didn't have a better alternative, so fight me. And that keeps on going. And then we also get this tiny little detail where he opens his menu and he finds his tool, and then he begins the chop. So I really like doing UI bits. They're always fun. Yeah, and that was the that was the break-in. It came together a lot better than I was anticipating it to, which I thought was pretty cool. Even at the back here, you can hear little blips of the two of them talking as they're running around, which I thought was pretty nice. And yeah, we kept that. So I put that together, and like it didn't even take that long. Maybe like 20, 30 minutes or so. Because I literally was like, axe sounds. This sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good. I can use that like that, and I put them all together, and then we just did a thing. Thank you, DJ Rowe. Welcome to the stream. So we hard cut, and the two of them are talking again. And I was contemplating doing this thing where, since it's Timmy talking at the beginning and then Tommy taking over, I was contemplating making one of them audibly different from the other. But I'm pretty sure both of their voices are the same in game, or at least really similar. So I'm like, it probably wouldn't matter that much. And on top of that, I was also doing, I was splicing their voices up to do different pitch shifting for their vocal inflections, and doing that in general already made both of them similar anyways. So I'm like, yeah, it's probably fine. And yeah, Nook was actually supposed to say something here, but I didn't animate it in. He was supposed to just react some way, going, "Oh my god!" And then Isabella yells. I reused that piano hit too many times in this, so I'm sorry about that, but it's necessary every time. Oh, okay. So Pietro's scene. This is actually what I'm super excited about. So I originally put together all of these sound effects for Pietro's scene inside of Resolve here, and but I very much wanted to do this ethereal sounding, like heavy reverb kind of effect over top of all the sounds, because I basically only wanted his voice to be to be the main kind of like element to listen to, and everything else just supplementary. music included. But I didn't want the music to be included in what I was going to do with it. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna edit. So I edited all the sound effects inside of here without any special effects, and I exported out this sequence in like just its raw audio, and I brought that into Cubase here. Come on, open up. Yeah, I brought that into Cubase somewhere. I think it was here, and we just added a bunch of reverb and stuff to it, which originally naked wise sounds like yonder. Actually, I can. Oh no, I can't. So they're all talking, and then there's the big whoosh sound, and there's just the little blips, because every time someone speaks and they go to another speech line, we'd have a little blip sound as if the player is kind of going through their text. So there's all that sound. There's all the sounds from the background, but all that gets run through some equalization that I did some stuff on. I guess cut out the high frequencies, and some reverb and some delay. Wait, no, that's a lot more noticeable when we get to. Come on, stop it. Yeah, where'd it go? Cubase. I'm really rusty, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah. So it's super, like, it's not super noticeable when and Pietro also has some little paintings. Take care, Shancy. Thank you so much for coming around, hanging out, and chatting about and just being alive. Good luck with your tomorrow. And on the fire. The fire. So I did all the sounds in here, and then I exported that back out into Cubase, added some extra sounds, brought that back into Resolve here, and then that is what drives all the behind the scenes sounds for our boy here. And then I gave Pietro his own track, just so that I could add some extra reverb for him onto it, because it's a flashback sequence kind of, and I wanted him to kind of sound like he's explaining a story from a distant memory. We have to do a bunch of automation to keep things. Oh, this is from the music. Runs and he does the things. I just added a bunch of running sounds and like everything's still here. It's just off currently. Like all the sound effects are just running. And then the fire. I had another fire sound that I was going to use for it, but I didn't. But it sounded kind of garbo, so I found another one that sounded significantly more violent, and I'm like, let's go. And then the thing I like a lot about sound design is that just hearing something can significantly mask a lot of visual problems in a video. Because if a video sounds good, then there's a significantly easier chance that you'll overlook a lot of visual hiccups and stuff that happen on screen. So in our case, it's like I wasn't super happy about the fire, but but I know the sound design for it is going to help make up for that. So I wasn't too hung up about like visual hiccups and render glitches here and there. Like I was, because I didn't want them to be distracting, but like for really small ones and stuff that I knew would take too much effort and time or whatnot to fix, I'm like, it's okay, sound will help. So we'll just roll with it. Hey there, V-Dog. Welcome to the stream. Now I want to compare your video notes with the music to compare. Nope. I will need to talk about music actually. And in Pietro's speaking here, I wanted to give off the impression that he's like doing a voice for this guy, so he's talking in a lower octave than or in a lower pitch than how he normally does. So yeah, that was the fun bit. Where do you find the tension sounds from? I make them, for the most part, or at least I craft them all together. So yeah, like I just find whooshes, and then I'll change, and I'll just speed ramp whooshes so that they're either aggressive or not. Fire I just found online and just automated it to be to increase in volume when no one's talking and decrease when someone is, so that it always remains violet when it needs to. All the music, the music I make, so this song, I'll talk about it later. But for all the custom dramatic music, I produce that myself. And yeah, we just put them all together in like a big old delicious stew, and we get it going. Take care, Sarah. Thank you so much for coming around and hanging out. I'm sorry you couldn't stay for the whole thing. Or at least that I'm too slow to talk about everything. When we get a solo track for the background music, it's already available. If you go to actually, even in this very description for this live stream, go to there is a music for the video button, and on Bandcamp I have come on, the little jingles that I made for it, even an unused one, for all your listening likings. It's free if you want to use it in your own stuff or whatever, so you're free to give that a download if you like. But yeah, and that's that scene. She says, and then he yells at her. I was going to do him like hitting the desk somehow, or like alluding to him hitting the desk, but I couldn't find a nice desk hitting sound effect, and I didn't want to record one myself because I was doing some other audio driver related stuff in the background, that would have made recording my own audio a little bit cumbersome, but we're smoothing that out later. So they're all talking, and then there's regular music, and then we cut to the back. So nothing really crazy happens in the background here. Like there's room tone of the light, and it's basically just footsteps and chair sounds. I was gonna do clothing sound effects, but I didn't end up doing that. Take care, Alexandria. Thank you so much for coming out and hanging out and chatting about. Have yourself a great rest of your day and tomorrow as well. Typing sounds, we use those from the beginning. And yeah, they're just talking and doing their own stuff. I guess now I can talk about the music, because the next bit of this section requires me to talk about music. So I made I technically made 4, but only used 3 3 songs in this, or tracks or whatever. And I used the resident service tent song as like the backing track for like the rest of the video whenever music doesn't play. But for the first half of the video, I wanted to have my own music in it, so which meant I had to make the background music, the actual room background music, diegetic somehow. So I just cut it up and made it sound like it was coming through some speakers, and then we panned it a bunch of different ways with each camera cut to imply that it's coming from some source in the middle of the room. And there's one detail that I wanted to do, which was the fact that there's no sound playing when there isn't a player or villager in the room. Like I just thought it was funny if the two of them were just sitting in silence, and when somebody comes in, that's when it plays. So there's a sound of like the door opening, and then like a radio or like a record being played or something, or like a radio starting, and then that starts the music. And that I just have it panning left and right. There's a little bit of some effects on it so that it sounds kind of like it's warbly and coming through some grossness. Like, actually I can open it up. I use this plugin called RC. I deleted it. Oh no. I use this plugin called RC, which is a kind of like a lo-fi a lo-fi tape destroyer kind of thing. And then that is then fed through a reverb that that kind of mimics a room in a little bit. And then that, doubled with panning, helps sell the idea that the music isn't just here. It's physically somewhere in the room. I love doing that. I think that's pretty fun. But the challenge for that was I wanted to do my own music on top of that. So I'm like, well, how's that gonna sound? And it came out sounding pretty okay. We just have the two of them doubling over each other, and as it progresses, the original music becomes less important. I was going to use another tune for this portion, but the energy of the town hall song was kind of too much for the song I was making for it. So I just ended up not using it, and then just having the resident service track be the music for all of it. And we're doing the same thing where we're panning it and changing its volume and whatnot in for where it is. But as the scene progresses, it gets quieter. Because if it's too loud, then it starts to drown out her dialogue, and I didn't want that to happen, so we just made it quiet. And some of the mixing I wasn't too happy about, because I kind of rushed it in the last couple days so I could get this out for Friday, but we tried our best. And then and this detail, which is it fades out from being this warbly garbage version to a nice clean version. It was, I don't know, hopefully to imply that, okay, they're serious about actually doing the things now, so now the room is prepared for them to do, to take complaints. Anything I recommend for Blender beginners? Watch Blender Guru, or just look up on YouTube a bunch of tutorials. Actually, yeah, pretty much that. Just Blender Guru for the most part, and learn how to just navigate the program. Because once you figure out how to get around it, then learning how to do anything else in it becomes a lot easier. So I'd say, yeah, just learn the hotkeys. Learn the Blender, guys. It's great. I also ran into this question, I suppose, where during these kind of flashback faded scenes, I originally wasn't going to have the music playing behind them. I was going to just let it be nothing. But then the amount of time that it would fade in and out between these little shots or these little spaces, I thought sounded weird. So I just had it play throughout the whole thing, which that sounded pretty fun. And then there was this bit. Which I thought was very fitting, so I kept that in. And his footsteps also pan to the left as he runs. Pretty cool. They're talking, they're having a good time. Milk unclicks his pen. So yeah, that music just kind of plays regularly throughout the thing, and then we get to serious bit, big old serious bit where I made a tune for it. And this is just kind of drone nonsense for however long it takes. I originally had this cello here, playing some other note, and it really upset me, so I changed it to something else. But I really needed the song to sync with his axe hits. And I didn't know how to do that in Cubase for a long while. Even during the live streams because I live streamed making some of these tunes. I didn't know how to actually properly sync it. So I'm like, oh no, is it going to be hard? And then sometime after the stream, I looked up how to do that, and it turns out that Cubase has a bunch of really stellar like time warp tools. So I was actually able to like just bring in the video. Merch plug. Yeah, I did do a merch plug. I brought in the video. I could actually just frame by frame. Come on, do it. I could frame by frame. Yeah. Scrub through this to find all the exact hits, and then so in our case it'd be like, oh yeah, right here. I could put a marker down and I could time warp it to this exact marker, and then I could make the music to the beat. And it was pretty cool. But I'll talk about this maybe a little bit later if anyone still cares. How many parts are you expecting from the series, assuming you have a plan in? So there's 3 or 4 episodes left. It depends on how the last one goes. No, there's about 4, yeah. Never mind. So there's 4. And they're all going to get progressively more interesting as they go along. At least I hope. I don't actually know if they'll be any good, but we'll try. And then we abruptly cut back to music. And it's a good time. And then we get the second song, which is Pietro's Turmoil. And I was super worried about the song because it changes its speed quite a bit in terms of just how fast it goes, because I needed to keep it in sync with beats in the clip or in the footage, like this, and then this shot, and then this wait, and then this gap. You know, we need to start building some tension. There's gonna be 20 alternate endings, right? Yeah, you know it. And then the reveal. But the time or the speed that both of those play are slower or different from each other, because like this is slower than this. But I sped it up so that I could actually just keep with the beats or keep with the and then we abruptly cut back to regular audio. Beautiful. So then it's just regular audio again, and then we get to the back room where so this was kind of funny, at least I think it's kind of funny, where we can hear the sounds of the front office in the back through the walls. and oh hey Corv, welcome to the stream. But I didn't want this to linger for too long, so halfway through it starts to fade away so that I can bring in the actual tension music for it, because I wanted exactly when Nook sees what he's seeing on his laptop to be a sound cue of some sort. And then from that we just get a little bit more. We get slightly more intense as things keep pacing along, and it's pretty good. Got this piano doing a thing, and I recycled that little bit because at the last moment I'm like, oh, it'd be pretty funny if I just zoomed in on it. But I want to redo the entire song just to add this like little section. So I'm like, oh, I'll just cut this out and then loop it twice. That's good. That's great. I did that. That was kind of cool. And then on the outside, we should in theory hear the sounds of the town hall. But we don't. Instead, I'm gonna opt for keeping this dramatic warbly nonsense going the entire time, because it makes sense for the emotion that I'm trying to reach, which is, dread and oh no and solidified in audio. And then we have the piano hitting a badunk on the last note, and that was it. So all the music was done in Cubase here. I literally just brought in the video and I added a bunch of sound cues for where I want things to be, like the opening and where it ends, and the crowd, and where it ends, and Pietro, and the break-in sequence, and all the door hits, so that I could sync those together, and all of the Pietro sequence, and getting the cues for that, and putting all that stuff in, and then adding all the other stuff. And I'm like, I want Pietro's music to sound carnival-y, kinda. So I'm like, let's get Denny in there, but you can barely hear him. And I get the ending of it where it just ends, and it's pretty cool. And then there's the last song, which is pretty much just carried by and Betsy, the piano here. What a great gal. Oh man, she's so fabulous. She just sounds like a freaking come on, play. Do it. Come on, do it. Yeah. It's a pretty good time. Thank you, Betsy. Will you release the music for this like the other ones? It's already out. You can listen to it on Bandcamp. I don't have it on Spotify and stuff because like I don't know if it's worth it to put it on Spotify and stuff, because it's literally just like 40-second, 30-second tunes. Like none of this is even a minute long except for the back one. So yeah, if you guys want it on Spotify, then or like on iTunes and stuff like that, then I can make that happen. But yeah, I don't think it's worth it. The same kind of deal with the in between song that was done for Morning Turnips with KK in the background. Don't have to pay a lot for Bandcamp? No, Bandcamp is free for just in general. Beautiful. Yeah, I use Bandcamp to house my entire discography of music because it's free for everybody to upload to it. But there's download limits to everything. And it's just a nice place for you to get high quality versions of all the stuff for free because yeah, it's cool. But I also do put all the stuff on Spotify and iTunes and all the other stores if you like. Do you want to hear Steven Universe's other friends, but on Spotify, you can do it. It's a good time. So in other words, yeah, if you guys want Town Hall's little tunes on there, I can do that. But I don't know if anybody actually wants it. Because we need to put stuff on Spotify. Like well, now it kind of does, but the service I was using wouldn't have costed me anything. Now it'll cost, I think, $2 to put music up, which is fine. Because like most of the music that I make anyway, I don't expect to get anything in return. So I'm okay with like making them accessible to everybody, even if it costs me a bit of money. But yeah, that's pretty much the audio. We made some tunesies, put them in the video, made sure that they all synced, and then we've put those into the editor and made sure that they all sounded okay together. And then I finished the video. Well, and then I did some extra comping work to make some shots look a little nicer, and then fix some of the rendering issues that came forth. And then at the end of all that, the video was done, and I went to the rendering tab and I said, yeah, boy. And then I rendered it out, and then I came across a bunch of rendering problems when getting this video out. I rendered it once, found some problems in it, and then put that original rendered version back into the sequence, rendered out little sticker versions of fixes for it, and put those over top, and then re-rendered that new rendered version of the video, and that's what was uploaded to YouTube and spread across the world. I also do other edited versions of it so that why is inboxes here? I also do other edited versions of it so that the when putting it on Twitter and Instaham and all the other garbage. Because turns out Twitter has a video limit, so I can only put 2 minutes of video up there. So I have to be like, please watch the rest of the video, guys, then the other tweet, and nobody does. And then that goes and does its own thing, and then I put it on Instagram, and then nobody clicks on the links, and then everybody reposts it, and they all go, "Who made this?" And I go, "Oh my god!" And then that's the greatness of it all. And that was pretty much the video, and then I finished it, and then I put it up on the internet, and you guys all watched it, and now we're here. I guess now I can open the floor to questions. Cabbage says, "Can I use your music for my school project?" Absolutely, please do. Oh my goodness, I love the idea of people using my music and things. Just don't be a corporation making millions of dollars off of it, because that would make me sad. But yeah, you're free to use my music in any how you like, or any which ways. And now I can start regular music again. Ooh, I like this song. All right, lay it on me, last 95 people. Jesus Jiminy, why did we have so many people? Like, who are you guys? Yeah, that was the video. That was it all. Sir, I have a question. Do you sell merch? I do sell merch. We have hoodies, a beanie, a cup, a sweater. No, I already said sweater. A sticker. That's what I meant to say. And a button. Check link in the description to buy it if you want. If not, then it's also okay. Like, don't worry about it. What do you think of the hardest part of making these? What's the hardest part? I'd still probably say blocking. It's like just getting everything up to a point where I can begin animation is really time consuming. Like it takes days to just put everything into the scenes and prepare everything so that I can so that I can actually animate on it without any hassle. Like it's one of the most crucial parts, because it's layout and making sure that the shot works or can work or can be animated correctly. But it always takes forever to get everything going, because a lot of planning and stuff breaks in the stage, and really puts into perspective the things that I can and can't do, at least with my skill abilities. So I'd say probably blocking, but it's also the most important to me, at least. So it's a very love-hate relationship. Oh no, it's crackling again. What made you come up with the mask character? I don't really have like a definitive answer for him. I did Lolly's crafting, and I just wanted to do like something a little spooky, and I'm like, oh well, a character wearing all black and wearing a mask sounds kind of fun, and him being a bit scary to the villagers also sounds kind of fun. So I'll just play with that, and that kind of caught on really really nicely. So I just keep rolling with it. He's a good time. He's great. I love Mask Boy. I like how we never learned what Raymond was here to complain about. Ooh, we're gonna have to find out next time. At least in the next video. Yeah, next video. Densle, do you have a nice, lovely financial way for these good people to support you, like a Patreon? We got a Patreon. Link in the description. We also have YouTube memberships. You can also donate to me if you want through my Linktree link or whatever. Or super chats on here, I guess, or something. I don't know. But also, you could just watch the videos. They have ads on them, so I can actually survive and eat. Even though most of the revenue just goes back into the videos. But yeah, if you guys wanted to help support the channel, you can through various ways. Patreon is also the coolest, because it'll let you see some behind the scenes stuff before anybody else. But also just being here and just watching the videos and just sharing them with friends and family and stuff. That's also just as valuable, if not more. So do whatever you're comfortable with doing. Who's my favorite villager? Gotta give that to my boy Jeremiah. Yeah, I love him too much. I'll move heaven and earth for anything for him. How do you come up with the story? I don't know. I came up with smaller video ideas of scenes and stuff that I wanted to do and see, and then I just figured out different ways to blend them together and made them make sense with each other. So a lot of the videos that are coming out now were ideas that I came up with earlier that have been recycled into something with a narrative that I can string through it, rather than just them being cool videos for their own right. Like this break-in scene, it was supposed to be its own video back when I had the intention of making these only a minute long, but then I didn't do it. I just kind of sat on it, and then same with the Pietro fire sequence. I was gonna make that its own video. But I'm like, oh, but when I got to this point in it, I was like, these two little scenes work in context for the whole of this video and what I'm planning to do with things. So I'm just gonna put them here, and it works out pretty well. So I just keep doing that for other videos. I'll just take ideas that I had before, and figure out ways to make them work in a longer format. And it's been pretty fun so far. At least I think it's been pretty good so far. Mr. behalf or where's that? Spoiler. That's a spoiler, Stealth. I can't answer lore questions. So you're gonna have to find that out yourself in future videos. If they actually have merch, I thought it was just a seal. We got merch now. It's a good time. You can barely see. Do you have a headcanon explanation for the weird flooding in the dark thing from the Morning Turnips? I finally noticed the flooding scene on the loading screen. I do. It'll make sense later. At least that's the most I can say about it. What Densle to eat? I don't need to eat. Eating's just... Oh no, it's more of a suggestion than it is a mandatory thing. What are your thoughts about the new Animal Crossing update? It looks great. I'm really happy with that a lot of people are getting the stuff that they asked for. I'm not a super big fan of some of the implementation, like all the other NPCs that they hadn't put in are just now living in an RV on Harv's Island. I was hoping that they'd get buildings or something, and Timmy and Tommy would get more updates, but it's better than nothing, so I'm pretty happy with that. Happy Home Designer looks really nice. It looks really nice, and all the new features and updates that are coming out look really fun. I'm excited for it. And I was not expecting them to give us that much, so that kind of puts a very, very tiny wrench in some of the passive-aggressive writing I was going to do, but it's okay. It's all for the better, so I'm excited for it. Will I play it? I don't know. I'm busy making videos now, but I might. Who knows? She got invested in the story and binged the whole video chronologically together. Nice, thank you. I'm glad you liked it. Will the story be with Densle, Dongle, Dingle, Dangle? Wait, what's the story with the Densle, Dongle, Dingle? I like the hoodie, but I didn't know, what it meant. So the different Densle names, it's kind of just an ongoing joke around the channel and the community. Everyone likes to refer to me as different iterations of Densle, and I love it, so I put on a sweater. And the ones that are on there are relatively the most common ones that people use, so I thought it was fun, and I would totally wear that out in public. Like no cap, I'm actually so excited for it. What else do we got here? So there's a column, fun stuff. You use Blender. Yep, we use Blender for almost all the animation and all the rendering. Let's open up a shot here. Blender. So like almost 90% of the visuals that you see are frames that were generated out of Blender. Like if we go to like this scene, for example, like the big Gohonga scene. I pretty much just do it all here. Please render okay, and don't lag my stream too bad. But yeah, as you can see, like it's so slow to get a clear looking frame from this on my current computer that I can't fully know what I'm doing, or if something that I'm doing is fixed or will work while rendering. So this was the problem I was coming up with a lot with rendering. It's just too slow to see good enough results. And like I could denoise, like viewport denoise it, but that relies on your CPU or GPU, and my GPU isn't powerful enough to do denoising nicely fast enough. So it is lagging. Oh no, we're gonna stop that. Sorry about that, guys. Hopefully that doesn't ruin it too much. Enough results. Yeah, okay. Hopefully I'm back, because that's why I don't do rendering streams anymore. It's just they're super laggy, or at least they kill the stream, which they shouldn't, because I have technological resources to stream and render at the same time, but it's too much. Yeah, that's how we do. That's why I don't do. No, get out of here. Meh. So yeah, we just do it all. I do almost everything in Blender, except for compositing stuff, like putting together rendered versions of things and stitching them together to make it look like, to make them look good. Yeah. But did you make the models? So I don't make any of the models myself. I have ripped files from the game that just have all of them for me. So all their models, all their textures, all the furniture, all the rooms, and everything like that. I just pull them out from the game files, and then I rejigger them and prepare them in a way so that they can actually be animated and rendered here in Blender, which is a task in and of itself, because each character is kind of different in terms of how they like to be set up. So like Isabelle here is like not complicated, but there's different textures for her bells, for her body, for her eyes, for her mouth, and for her little hair bit at the top. And then I added another thing to help with intersections with her geo. And each one of these needs multiple textures except for that one. Yeah, it needs multiple textures to get them all going. Like all these are from the game files, but unfortunately requires like just a good bit of time to just prepare them and make sure that they all work together, and can be rendered nicely. But I often run into this problem where the game textures are not high quality enough for some of the shots that I want to do with them. So I have to deal with this middle ground area where some of their textures just don't hold up nicely, and the fix for them is more work than it would be to just let it be. So sometimes they're not great, and sometimes they're great, and sometimes I just can't fix them because it's just not worth it. But yeah, all models, all textures, everything from the game. But I do go in and tweak things and remodel some stuff if need be. I added the back to the town hall here so that we can actually have reverse shots because there's no back wall for any of the buildings. So I'll just figure out what they look like, or just make up what they look like and then model it with the pieces of the room. And yeah. That's a good time. We actually be able to get the models from the update after it drops. I have to hope that I re-rip the game again, but I probably won't because I don't think there's anything in there that I really necessarily need. I don't think I'm going to use any of the characters in it or any of that stuff. So like the new update is nice, but I'm probably going to stick to my planned guns and keep rolling with everything that I have, because I have pretty much everything that I need. Anything more would just kind of complicates things. At least that's what I'm telling myself now. Who knows in the future. Use a bump node on the villagers or something to make them look fluffy. So what I did with them to actually I didn't do them for most of these guys. Did I? Body kinda. Actually no, yeah, I did. Okay. So I can't render it because it'll lag out the stream, but basically I did this very specific setup with them. So like I did use their normal maps and stuff like that to make them into bump maps to bring back their skin textures to them. But to make them look more fluffy, because like just adding the bump texture isn't enough. You have to like, yeah, I've noodled their specular and their roughness maps to include a little Fresnel, the Fresnel node, which essentially just makes it look. So somebody in a comment one day explained how this worked, and it's like it takes the normals of the model, and basically just give me the edges to them or whatever, and I can use that as a mask to essentially fake how light wraps around their head, or as to fake like a fur looking effect to them, kind of, rather than them just being uniformly smooth or uniformly shiny kind of thing. So it's at least I tried it in this one, and it came out looking pretty okay. A good example of that would be, come on, give me the goods, give me the goods, give me the goods. Yeah, like all this kind of stuff, where it's like before, if I textured everything the previous way that I had it, then we would get light spill across Nook's head in a very obvious and like dollish looking fashion. Like it would just kind of make him look like plastic. But now with this new kind of way that I'm doing things, it fades it out a lot nicer, and it only leaves us with the very edge kind of lighting effects on him. So it looks, so instead of light uniformly wrapping around him, it kind of looks like it's lost in his quote unquote fur. And we do that for all the characters, because it looked kind of nice. Like, yeah, you can see it in Roald here, Roald and Hippix, or Pietro, except here, because Pietro has a really dumb thing with his textures where I can't get the reflectiveness between his nose from his eyes to his mouth to be the same. Or Timmy/Tommy, or Diva, or Lolly here, and they actually look kind of furry now rather than like dolls, I guess. At least I tried. But yeah, maybe that's what we did with that, if that makes sense. Thank you for all the effort. I really like watching your videos, and I look up to them because of the composition, lighting, animation, everything is so good. Oh, thank you so much. I'm really glad you like them. I'm glad you guys are all here actually, and are hanging out. The game has a Fresnel property you can use as a layer weight for Fresnel node. It doesn't really matter, and the albino has alpha channels that when applied along with the Fresnel add the base shader. So the game handles it in such a different way that I can't replicate. I can't seem to nicely replicate in Blender. It's the same thing with hair, where the hairs are shaded, like the textures that I have for the hairs are used by the game engine in such a specific way that the game can generate what's the word for it? Anisotropic refraction, and Blender can do it, but I can't do it with the textures that the game provides, and I don't know how the engine does it, but it does, and it looks good. Same thing with all the characters. Like it does it, looks good. I can't replicate it as much as I've tried. But it's all good. We're living life. Out of all the AC vids you've made, which one am I most proud of? So, Moon, I've told you this so many times. I'm not proud of any of them globally. I'm proud of each one for specific reasons, because each one could be better in some other way. But like this one, I think has really nice rendering and has really nice I guess story ideas going on with it. In boxes, rendered really nicely, and it also helped me understand how to do crowds, which is really useful. So like that was a great learning experience. Morning turnips, I hated how some of the shots looked because I didn't understand how to do grass nicely yet. But also some of them came out looking really cool, and that was a nice eye opener, I guess, on like, oh wow, you can actually like do some of these things to make shots look nice, kind of epiphanies. So like each one has like aspects that I'm like super duper happy I got to do and did in them, but like the videos as a whole, I'm like, yeah, they're kind of just always okay. They could be better, but I'm glad you like them if you do, and if you don't, I'm sorry. You are wasting your time watching me make more of these videos. Go do something else. Where was I? Just wanted to pop in and say I love your videos. Oh, thank you. Hit H to the TML. Oh, that's a fun name. Welcome to the stream, but also just hello in general. Have you ever, would you ever do a POV video where it looks like the viewer is talking to Tom, Isabel, and all the other cool villagers? Probably not, to be honest, but that sounds kind of neat. I don't have any practical way of implementing that into a thing, other than like for like a one-off. Charles is never fully satisfied with their work. That's sad. I'm proud of them all, and I didn't make them. Thank you, Blue. You're great. Your animation did really good. Thank you, Maria. I really appreciate that. It could no longer be. Oh, a 4-hour stream. Oh, it has been 4.5 hours. God damn. See, if I made this in like an actual video, it would be an hour long, and it would be significantly more confusing and faster. So, I'm sorry to those that were hoping to have a nice Sunday. But also thank you so much for coming around, guys. Where did you learn how to animate? Were you self-taught? For the most part, yeah. I started doing animation in like just for myself in high school, and then just kind of kept working on it and doing stuff over the years. And then at some point I transitioned into doing 3D animation, because I started by doing MapleStory animation, like 2D MapleStory stuff, and that's what helped me learn After Effects, because I did it all in After Effects. And people thought that was really cool for some reason. Like, wow, look at that smooth MapleStory animation. That's hella crazy. And then yeah, then at some point I transitioned into doing 3D stuff, because I wanted to do more interesting animation stuff, and then kind of just kept working on the craft since. So yeah, for the most part I'm self-taught. Like, I did go to college and stuff for animation, and I do work quote unquote professionally in like the VFX industry and stuff, but but it's not, I didn't really learn much out of school, and what I do for work isn't this stuff. It's technically animation related, but it's not character animation, it's not effects animation, it's camera work stuff. So for the most part, it's completely self-taught. Oh wait, this is loud. I can turn this down. What else do we got? What other questions do you guys got? You guys all had like a million questions while I was in the middle of talking about how I gave Tom Nook a lasagna dinner, and then now where I'm like, it's question time, baby. Everyone's like, later. But that is my fault. I did go on too long, so I apologize. but yeah, it's hair MapleStory animation legends. Thank you, but nah. Yeah, that was the video. That's town meeting. You're putting us on the spot. Yeah, I am. There's 90 of you. And there was 400 of you guys at the beginning, which, holy crap. Why? But also, thank you for coming around. What is the next one going to be? Is the next one going to be terrifying? It might be. Or it might not. You never know. I think it'll be cool. I'm gonna do a lot of stuff that I've wanted to do in like videos in it, and I'm really excited for it. But I don't know if you guys are gonna like it. So fingers crossed. But I'm pretty pumped. What evil do you plan? You'll see. It'll be a good time. Do you get the Animal Crossing New Horizons models? Oh, how do you get them? I rip them from the games. I just have a bunch of game files, where everything is stored, and I just pull from that when I need to. So all the clothing, all the furniture, all the buildings, all the villagers, all their textures, and all textures to everything are all somewhere on my computer. I just discovered your channel. Your videos are great. Thank you, Donnie. I'm glad you like them. Will you do some tutorials for production processes, etc.? I was contemplating it, but I currently don't have the time to at least sit down and make tutorials. And that's kind of what I try to do in these commentary videos. And I'll ask, if you ask questions on how to do stuff, then I'll try to explain it in the best way possible. Because I'm not a great teacher in terms of sitting down and structuring out a lesson and then teaching it in a cohesive way. But maybe when I'm done this whole Animal Crossing thing, I'll explain how or I'll try to make some complimentary content to explain how some of the stuff was done. And who knows, I might even give away all the rigs. We'll see. But we'll see. This comes from a man who started streaming and he had 10 people the most. That's true. Do you have any encouraging words for someone trying to finish an animation project before Halloween? Keep at it. You'll get it done if you let yourself do it, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. I'm terrible at motivating people. You can do it. I believe in you. You just gotta keep coming back to it. It's not about how much work you do. It's always about coming back to it and then just chipping away a little bit more. And then by the time you know it, it's done, and you go, wow, that wasn't so bad. And then it's out, and then all your friends go, that's pretty stellar, my dude. Wait, the next video will take place right after this one? Technically yes. But also I mentioned this earlier, but it's not going to be the terraforming video. It's not going to be a video that has terraforming in it. That's going to be later. So, yeah, this next video is something else. But I think you guys will enjoy it. So yeah, just stay tuned. Come back in 2 to 3 months when the next video is done, or come back in between, because I'll probably live stream some stuff here and there. I'll at least attempt to. Of course, we're going regardless. Nice. What are you most excited about the 5th update? What am I most excited about with the next update? Froggy chair. No, I couldn't tell us about Froggy chair. Hoppy home designer stuff looks pretty cool. Then all the new building features look really cool. That little monkey is really cute. I don't know. Oh, and Harv's Island having all the other NPCs. That's cool. That's fun. And Cap'n finally being back. I knew that doc was for something. Yeah, it's a lot of nice stuff. Will you be streaming while you work on your next video? Some stuff I will be. Stuff that isn't spoilery that I can share. I'll live stream. But if not, then probably not. What other games do you like? We like Hades, Cyberpunk, Halo, God of War. I was contemplating live streaming the Gravity Rush 1 and 2 on PlayStation 4. That'd be pretty fun. I thought that'd be pretty fun. I was also contemplating live streaming Alan Wake, because I wanted to replay that game again. I also play a bunch of VR title stuff. I need to play Lone Echo 2. That's gonna be a good time at some point. Yeah, we play a bunch of stuff. Is everything other than the characters from scratch? Nope. Pretty much almost everything is from the game. The only stuff from scratch is custom speech bubbles, and I guess in this case, the clothing for Isabelle and Nook, I had to remake those from scratch so that I could make them a little higher quality. And yeah, so pretty much nothing, but sometimes little things here and there that I need to either up-res or the quality of the thing that I'm using isn't good enough for the reason that I'm using it for. I'll retexture stuff. But yeah, that's great. How do you start when you compose a piece? That's a Cubase question. In this case, I have a live stream where I made some of these songs, where I'll just put in random stuff, or like noises and sounds and instruments, and look, you hear that? It's a cello. I'll just get random noises and stuff like that. And I'll just kind of play around for a little bit until I kind of come up with ideas, and then whatever sticks, I'll try to capitalize on and continue expanding out on, and then that helps solidify other various compositional kind of ideas that I think I'm going for. Like in the case of this video, I wanted let me pause this for a second so I can make this louder. Like this whole bit, I'm like, oh, I know he's gonna need to run, and I want to like slowly build tension. So I'm like, well, usually the ways that I do that would be to just have a minimal amount of instruments and something that's just continuing with a rhythmic element. So in our case, Betsy the piano, and then we just layer that with some other stuff to help fill in the other frequencies, like mid and low channels in the back end, bass, and all that garbage. And I'm like, I need a big gohunza kachanka wow kind of reveal, where I take this general motif and then just make it sound big. So we do it all in parts, where I started this with just Betsy doing a thing. And I'm like, cool, well, that needs a bass. And then we need some other instruments doubling it up. And then we need some other bass. And we need some, I love me some trills. No, play the trills. And we have Sarah playing some more trills. Wait, Sarah and Zach? No, we have Sarah doing a wind up. And then Valentina. So it's kind of like painting, I guess, where it's just you continue to add layers as you go, and then that helps fill out songs from or that helps meet up and girth up some tunes. And then I kind of work backwards if I need an intro. So I'm like, oh, well, I need to build up to this somehow. So I'm gonna do a bunch of like whimsical, ethereal garbage to ease us into that. But on top of that, I also know that I have to hit certain cues, so I'll also mark those and sorry, I have a burp coming on apparently. Do it, come on. I don't. Never mind. We have markers that I need to hit, so I also add elements in there so that I can accentuate some of those beat hits, and then yeah. For the most part, it's like I'll start with like just a piano. There we go. Excuse me. That does that has a really bare bones version of a song. So like it has the melody, it has some of the harmonies, and has some of the bass lines that I wanted to hit. And then once I'm okay enough with that, then I'll expand it out to other instruments, and then we'll add more of a. We'll make it a song, and it'll all be cool, if that makes sense. But yeah, that was that question. Yada yada yada. People are talking. You guys are squawking. I'm loving the way that you're looking at me. It's really great. Froggy chair. Yeah, I predicted froggy chair. I didn't actually predict froggy chair. You guys did. I held a live stream for to pick the furniture that was going to be behind here, and you guys chose froggy chair, a piano, a white piano specifically, and then the toilet. So I actually I cannot take any credit for me having froggy chair in this video, but I can take all the credit for villagers bunking. That was a funny joke that I thought would have been funny. Turned out to be true, and I'm like, oh, cool. so yeah. Dongle's perfect pitch. That is fake news. Do not believe this guy, guys. How do you get the models from that game? Well, you can find them online for the most part, but I ended up taking up the fun task of figuring out how to just extract them myself, because I found that the site that I wanted to use, which was the model resource site, wasn't they didn't have enough. They didn't have everything that I needed. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna need furniture. I'm gonna need sets. I'm gonna need all this stuff. So I'll just, how hard could it be to rip a game? And then I sat down and figured it out, and then realized it wasn't easy. But then somebody else on Reddit was like, hey guys, I released all of the Animal Crossing models for you. Here you go. And then they did, and then now I have that, and I've just been using that since. I have a question, Dongle. How did you get your brain so swole? That's fake news, actually. My brain never swolled. It's pretty much still as tiny as the peanut it always ever was. And everything else is just very good illusions. So, please thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Wait, can we see the video notes you had during the music stream next to the finished video? Oh no, so I kind of deleted that, but I can put it back in because I do still have the file for it. No, that's the wrong folder. I need to be over there. I'm gonna keep swinging my baby lasso till I catch me a man. Projects. Yeah, no, we don't want person projects. We want video projects. Shorts. Town meeting. Resolve. And it was one of these. No, it was a temp file. Pietro spin. Temp score edit. Yeah, is this okay? So out of high request, here is so during the music live stream, this also isn't going to match up 100% because I did do some slight timing changes in this, but during the first music live stream, I couldn't show what I was making the music for, so I did a version of the video which was just text that was kind of vaguely explaining what was going on, and I was using that to kind of guide my musical ideas, and people seem to get a really good big kick out of reading this garbage. So here it is. Here's the comparison between the text and what it said with in comparison to what it was supposed to reference. I just want to change this to be tinier, so that we can. No, actually, I want. Okay, well, hold on. Give me this. Put this like way above, and then put this below, so that we get our dear sweet. This, and then I can take this and I can make that super tiny and put that off to the side. Go over the I can't drag it. I have to do it manually. Garbage position. Great. Somebody asked if I prefer Premiere or prefer Resolve over Premiere. I never really use much of Premiere. The only Adobe product I use is After Effects because I was trying to wean off of paying for their stuff, and I wasn't really too big of a fan of Premiere to begin with. It's a great piece of software, don't get me wrong. I just didn't like working in it because I thought it wasn't the greatest. But Resolve also has a lot of problems. Like, it's not perfect either, but Resolve was free, and I wanted to get away from Vegas Pro. So yeah, they all have their pros and cons, and they all kind of uniformly suck. But it really just boils down to which one you're okay with putting up with for the most part. But yeah, but Resolve, I also like Resolve. There's a lot of features in it that are really good. So you're a magician, you say? No, I'm a Mamma Mia. So this is Premiere. It looks familiar. It's Resolve. It's just Resolve. Good old Resolve. Anywho, here's the other version of the video. that oh, this isn't gonna play well at all. Well, this is all work in progress stuff because these were all not fully finished renders. And then Isabel looks over, and oh, this shot is actually really weird because the umbrella wasn't supposed to be transparent, but it came out transparent, and we just rolled with it. But he walks over, and then oh well, we already seen this. So he does the thing, and they all talk, and then I think you can kind of see it. You can't. I fixed it at that point. Title screen. So we get some black, and then we get, it's a full house. Oh my god, they loud. And this goes on for some time. Oh wait, that doesn't make sense. Why is that playing? What? That didn't play in the thing. Oh, because of the shot, because it's fixed. Never mind. No, there's some fixes that I forgot to turn off. Bow. Isabella does a little hop, and then and she does a thing, and then she goes, "Yo, guys, chill." And they all do, and she goes, "Thanks. What's going on?" And then they all just yell, and then she's like, "I get that." And then they all roar again, and then she's like, "Cool." And then we have just regular town halls music for a while. Wow, 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 wow. And that keeps going, and that goes, and it's regular background music for a while because it's like half the video until here. And we get creeper thriller garbage. Yum. And then I try, like, I could have done this a lot better, but or at least gave myself a lot more to work with. Like actually just like putting in something to help me decipher where things should be. But instead I was just like, it increases in intensity, and I cried. But this I did. And then we get happy background music, fades. Give the spooky tail. Like, I think I cut it off abruptly, so it doesn't even matter. And then we get happy background music, fades back in, give it a spooky tail. Michael Myers vibes, nice. And then sometime later in the edit, I decided to remove the music, the town hall music. Spooky. And then, and this kind of just wafts around for a little bit. Like, I didn't know what it was going to sound like, but I'm like, it just needs something. Oops, I'm not supposed to not say that. That was an edit or a fix for a typo. Spooky. Spooky becomes more intense here. Thank you, Nezrine. And I'm like, hopefully on beat, ramp it up a little more. That. And then a little more. And then, wow, big reveal. Music's bumping. And like, I wrote this not knowing what the song was going to sound like. But not that. And I tried to warn you guys that it's going to be a bit sad. So sorry in advance. And then at this point, I got more serious with how I described the text. So we hang for the background for a little bit, or hang with the background for a bit. And that just kind of stays. Come on, get to it. What does this say? Something spooky. Yeah, here we need something not spooky but not happy either. Atmospheric drones or something. And then that. But we don't hear for a little bit. Very non-distracting, but it swells or moves. And then And I was originally going to do sound cues for Nook, like remembering to look at the laptop and what have you, but I didn't do that in the song because I ended up not using the first half of it for the first half of this scene because I'm like, oh, we're just going to hear the thumping of the background music anyway, so it's fine. Back to a swell, and it swells, and she's confused, asking what to do. And then we get music. And then, oh, and this is where things get out of sync a little bit because some of the timing I changed it a bit. And yeah, what they feared is confirmed, where they see it. And then this part, hold on, I need to change this up. Come on, give me the frame. Give me the frame. Give me the. Where is it? I just want to. There we go. And then this goes up until this starts right here. Because I didn't want to describe that shot, but we did. Oh, that was the wrong thing. I wanted this one to cut, and then this one to come up to here. Come on. Sorry, I'm editing live. Give me 1 second, boys. There we go. And this goes here. All right. We cut outside, and then the whole thing was like, oh, I want the music to keep going, and not cut back to happy town hall music. So I'm like, we'll keep the drones going, kind of overpowering the original song, but I just didn't end up using it. And yeah, and then some hoping, everyone's hoping for good news, and the drone starts to become more intense, and then we do a hard cut, and that's it. Thanks for watching. That's there's text. And yeah, it's a good time. We're still alive. Yeah, of course we are. This is like, I have nothing else planned for today. But no, I kind of do. I'm probably gonna stop streaming in a bit, but yeah, that was the video. That was the sound bite for the thing, and now I gotta start working on the next one. Woo! It's gonna be work, but it's work that I really want to do. Oh my god, it's gonna be such a cool episode. Assuming I could even do it, but we'll get there. To be continued. So yeah, with that, I don't think I have anything else more to talk about, unless you guys have more questions about stuff. Thank you, Briola, for the sun sign. I'm glad you like it. Excited for the next one? Same with me, Cadence. But it'll be a little bit before we get there. And yeah, that's that. Thank you for your amazing work. Thank you for watching it and just being around to see it, because it's all worthless if nobody watches it. All right. Oh my god, there's a lot of comments. There's too many comments for Comment Corner. I was gonna do Comment Corner, but this seems like a mistake. For the director's commentary, thank you. Yeah. Did anybody have any other questions about anything? Is there anything other? Can I or like what's up? What's your favorite Pringle flavor? I'm gonna have to go with Wendy's cheeseburger. No, that's a lie. I saw it once on a shelf and I thought that was really hilarious. It was the Wendy's Baconator, but I didn't buy it because I didn't want to waste my money on that. I don't know. Pizza's pretty good. You gotta get ready for school. Take care, Cabbage. School safe. Yeah. I should probably undo a bunch of this stuff, just in case in the future I want to open this project. There we go. Beautiful. Get out of here. Edit. Do I like hamsters? Hamsters are cute. My family had one before, and it was great. We called him Hamsty. No, we didn't. I actually forget his name, if he even had one. It was great. Nuggets are delicious. Very, very much so. Okie dokie. So, I guess this is where the stream ends, I suppose. Oh, Densle, this is a semi-important. How do you pronounce word? Oh, I don't know. That looks like gibberish to me. Sorry, I can't help you, Moon. But yeah, that's the town. How long is this video? This is almost 5 hours long. I'm not gonna edit this down. I am too lazy. I'm just gonna re-upload this to the second channel. How do you get into animation? You just start. You just get a program. You start laying down keys and then seeing how things move, and then you go cool, and then over time with practice you get great, and then all your friends will look at you and go, you can animate, and you go, I'm hanging on by the skin of my teeth with every project, and they go, you're a professional now, and you cry, but they don't listen. So yeah, you just start. There's a bunch of free tools and tutorials out there to help you get going, and it's a good time. It's a great time. I would also like to know, Moon. No, you wouldn't. Thanks for the behind the scenes. Thank you for coming out. You guys are all amazing. Thank you for watching both the stream, the original video, all the other videos, subscribing if you have, supporting, donating, sharing with your friends, just generally being cool. I really do appreciate you guys, just in general, because none of this would be possible without your generous eyeballs to motivate me to do or to make it. Because now I actually have to produce good quality content and not cut no, we'll cut corners. I'll cut corners as much as possible. I'll do it again. I've cut corners once. We'll cut them again. But now I cut a little bit less, knowing that you guys actually do appreciate the work. So that's great. I didn't know you guys were here for 5 hours. Well, this is actually a shorter stream. I'm usually streaming for longer. So you guys are off easy. But we don't stream often, so it doesn't really matter. We're instead of 1 hour streams, we get 8 hours, but we get 1 8-hour stream every once a month. Stay hydrated and nourished. I'll try. You're so talented. Thank you, but nah, I'm just doing stuff. But thank you though. I just found your channel. I'm obsessed. Thank you, Dumbzilla. I hope you're enjoying all the content. I hope you guys are here not just for Animal Crossing and are okay with me doing other stuff here and there. Like, I'm not gonna produce other content in the middle of Animal Crossing, but at some point we're gonna be moving over to something else. So yeah, I hope you guys are here for the long haul. If not, that's also totally okay. Like, I get it. But sorry, I've been spinning my phone around it. Now I dropped it. Yeah. To the next episode. Oh no, you might be counting for a while. Cecilia. But hopefully it won't be too long. A lot of the stuff in it is going to be, I'm just reusing a lot of the assets that I've already made. So so the prep stage shouldn't take too long. Except I need 2 characters that I don't have rigged yet, which I'm kind of worried to rig on stream because it kind of is a spoiler, but kind of not. No, one of them technically is. Yeah, one of them is, but one of them isn't. So I think I'll rig one of them on stream. But we'll see. So come back, I guess, next weekend, and I'll start the next one. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break. At least attempt to take a little bit of a break. But I'm very bad at taking breaks because I get antsy. I just want to create stuff. Who knows? I might even make music in the middle of it, or live stream me playing some video games. Probably in the Discord because I don't like talking to a void when trying to play VR. Yeah. Why I'm only now finding you. I don't know, but welcome to the party, Cottontail. You being here is a blessing. Whew. Please take a break. I've been taking a break. I've been taking a break since Friday. But like I don't have anything to do with my time anymore, so I'm like now I just have to keep myself busy somehow without working on a video. And like what do you guys do in terms of taking a break and relaxing? I'm trying to watch shows and TV, or like trying to watch movies and stuff, but they're just not hitting me the same way that, pull an OT to get Lolly to render okay does. But actually, then now's actually a good time to plug everything else. Feel free to follow me on Twitter, Instagram, like and subscribe on YouTube. Join the Discord, link in the description if you want to hang out with me or the rest of the people here or other people here. We got a pretty bumpin' Discord. I'm probably going to be frequenting there a lot more as of late, because before I was away because I was busy doing this garbage. So yeah, feel free to join the Discord and hang out. I'll be there in general. And I try not to be some omnipotent being that ignores everybody. I try to respond. I try to hang out. I try to make the jokes with the boys and girls. I'm one of you guys. I'm just a guy. Play Minecraft and watch Demon Slayer. Oh, I need to actually watch that. I hear it's pretty good. But there's a Discord. Yeah, there's a Discord. It's in the link in the description. Feel free to join. We got everything. We got an art page, a meme page, and a general page, and some other stuff in between, but they're not as fun. We also do movie nights and game nights, and well, they're called movie nights and game nights, but everybody, the community is worldwide, which is bonkers for me to even say to begin with. So it's more like a movie day / afternoon / night for everybody, but sometimes it works out. Sometimes it works out. Your messages are outstanding. Keep up the great work. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Touching grass could be nice. Oh yeah, I gotta go for a walk. Garbage. I need to do groceries at some point. I've just been ordering food these last couple days because I've not been in the mood to cook. But now I'm like, well, now I can. There's no excuses, Dongle. And I'm like, now I have to go buy groceries and ingredients. Because, yeah, you should have. You can't keep living off of water and tea. And I'm like, yeah, I can. Watch me. And then I do, and then it's not great. I should put your work on a pedestal. No, please don't. My work is not that great. You remember that you remember this? Look at that. Raymond isn't even wearing clothes. Well, no, he is, but his clothes are doubling up for some reason, and it's a mess. Guys, I am not a professional. Please do not look at me as one. But we do try to be one. So yeah, it's a good time. Movie mornings are banging. They are, but not when you have to wake up at 7 a.m. to do them. Like they're scheduled to work around me times, but like not everyone can make it, and it always makes me sad. But it's okay. We make it work. Having a very nice looking doorbell. Wow, thank you. We try our best to make the doorbells. yeah. All right. I'm gonna comment it on again. Why are there 59 of you guys here, guys? I need you to be straight with me, all right? I need you guys to just get out of here, because this isn't. None of this is worth your time. I'm literally making Animal Crossing videos about a narrative of a character that is just harassing his island. Like, why do you like that? That's so weird. That's so bizarre. And like 400 of you guys came out to just have me talk and talk about nothing for like 6 hours, and then you guys all go, "Wow, that's bonk!" Like, what? That's crazy. This is not a Kramer Hub. What if we did? Please. But overall, I do really appreciate you guys coming out and saying hey and watching all this and what's the word I'm looking for? And indulging me while I ramble about this and how all this stuff was made. I talk a lot with about all this nonsense, so I very much appreciate you guys coming around to listen to it all and comment about it and eat bagels while all this goes down. All right, how many comments have been amassed since 99? Oh no! All right, we're gonna skim through some of these and give you guys a proper comment corner. Hey guys. Hey guys, welcome back to the Bit of Dangle's Comment Corner. I'm your host. Well, just me now. I got like a sentient guy sitting at a desk, looking at his laptop. I'm not at a laptop actually. I'm at a computer. I have two screens. One, they're both above and below each other. The below one has the stream and the chat stuff, and the one above is the main screen. Anyways, I'm your host Dingle. And today I'm gonna try to talk about, or I'm gonna try to read some of these comments out loud. There's over 100 of them, so I'm not gonna read them all. Oh, this keeps going. God damn. Okay. Let's see. Okay. We got one comment from Tiger Flamingos that says, "I'm so invested in the story, OMG," and she posted that twice. Thank you. We got one, and that was on town meeting. We got another comment from Snugglets that says, "Wow, on morning turnips." We got another comment from a Denise Scalon on town meeting that says, "Froggy chair." You're such a kidder. We got another comment from Danny Chu that says, this could be a new Netflix. Wait, sorry. This could be a new series on Netflix with a bunch of periods. You're such a kidder. Danny? What's your name? Danny Chu. No, what a guy. Oh, we got a person named Maple Syrup commenting on inboxes with just a question mark. I don't know what they're questioning, but they're confused about something. We got a comment from Doge Gamer on the Animal Crossing sounds and music video that says, "This is a new year." Pretty cool. We got a comment from Do the Mario. It's a guy who has just a Mario picture for his icon that just says "when" in all caps. Very cool, very cool. We got a lot of people saying they like the video. Thank you so much, guys. I really do appreciate that. All these comments really warm my heart, and there's a lot. We got one from Keefy Games that says, "That was dark. I loved it." On Townme, we got a Celestial Astro on KK Clacrimosa that says 0 equals 0. Well, they're adding Brewster now. What? Is that a reply to some other comment? I don't know. We're going to move on. We got another comment from Jack that says, "I'm here because everyone else is." Aw. Thanks, Jack. Well, he says "aw" at the end. Like, it wasn't me saying "aw," but anywho. We got another comment from Meow Pow Pop. Sorry, that came out terrible. Okay, so we got another comment from Meow Pow Wow. Meow Pow Wow, yeah. That says, I had Hippix on my island. Oh, this is a long one. Oh, no, this is a long one. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose for some reason. That says, I had Hippix on my island. He was the first smug villager to stay at my campsite. I didn't want him. I hit him with nets, walking in and out of his house without saying anything, ignored him, fenced him in his yard, talked to him until he was annoyed. I was relentless. The day came when he finally wanted to move away, and I happily agreed. But when I finally started talking to him, I started to like him, and I felt so guilty. It was the first time I'd ever felt bad about how I treated a non-real video game character. He just wanted to be friends. I'm sorry, Hippix. I hope you're happy now on someone else's island and you're treated with respect, with a bunch of cry emojis. Ugh, what was your name? Oh, Meow Pow Wow. I'm so sorry for your struggles. That's basically the story about how I grew to love Pietro. What else do we got here? Oh, we got one from bubblegum_wave that just says the number 2. That's pretty cool. We got one from Smackin' Scamerica that says, I saw Frogga chair. Not Froggy with a G and a Y. It's Frog with an H. They just spelled frog with an H. Very cool. One person named Onika or something. I don't know. It says, I literally stumbled upon this in my recommendations, and I have to say this is freaking amazing in all caps. I could watch a whole series of this. Well, you're in luck. It's technically a series. And what else do we got? Sorry, I'm not reading actual comments in the chat, guys. I do apologize, but we'll get back to that in a hot minute. We also got another comment from Guy that says, I love this so much. Please never stop these. They're so good. God, do you guys just think I'm like a robot that can make Animal Crossing content like non-stop? I gotta live a life. I gotta do other things, like learn how to play this piano beside me someday. What else do we got? We got a comment from Phoebe Jenkins that says, I don't get the ending part. Can someone explain, please? So sorry, Phoebe, you're gonna have to just guess. We got a comment from Mr. Skippy who just says E, and his picture is a picture of Skippy peanut butter. Thank you for that one. We got a comment from I'm trying to find a good one that's actually like fun to read. We got a comment from Christina Taylor that is that's quoting some of the dialogue from inboxes, or some of the chat scroll from inboxes that says, does anybody want Hippix? And somebody's saying, ew, unbirth that thing. Inboxes, you're such a funny video. How long does this go on for? Oh, wild. God dang it. We got one from Sumpkin that says, I love how he went from he stole my bug to he said I'm ugly and hit me with the net to he burned my effing house down. Yeah, it's a pretty drastic time. So there's a ton of comments. I'm not going to read them all because there's too many for me to go through. But thank you so much for coming around to the Densle's Comment Corner. I'm your host, Densle at a table, and I hope you've had a great time listening to Densle Dongle Radio. And yeah, that's it. Now we can go back down to the winding down tab. And that's basically a wrap, guys. So, well, actually, let me just skip the chat one last time, just in case I missed anything. People joining, saying hello. Sorry that you're coming just at the end. You know, I just found your channel today and sat through 70 minutes of you talking to now listen to you. Do you more ramble? Well, thank you for coming, Phonic Studios. I'm glad that you arrived. This is not a cry for help. Says I have a hard time being mean to villagers. That's facts. See, guys, it's just so easy to be nice to your villagers. And you have to work to be harder. You have to work so hard to be mean to them. Just let them live. What else do we got? Words. More words. It's illegal to comment while watching the stream. It is. Well, because I know there's a lot of you guys that'll when there's less people and there's less flows of comments, you guys will go out of your way to comment on videos just so I can pause whatever I'm doing or read it, and that's illegal. Them is fighting actions, except they're not, and it's also kind of fun. But you're already in the stream, so like I'm already talking to you. They don't come on. Just let me give some spotlights to some people that don't know I live stream, and then they will be forever solidified in this video in the middle of an 8-hour long video that they're probably never going to come across. Okay. Computer arm, you were scaring me. Freestyle rap? No, I can't do that. I can't rap for the life of me. But yeah, so I guess this concludes the stream. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming around and hanging out. I hope you all had a good time, or at least a fun time, listening to me ramble and talk about nothing for 5 hours. Can you do a standing backflip? Oh, I wish. I mean, yes, totally, absolutely. But the last time I did it, I broke my leg, so I can't do it for the rest of my life. Doctor says if I try, I'll throw up the last disc in my spine, and I'm not about that. So you're just gonna take my word for it that I can do a flip, but I won't for health reasons. I was hoping for more love letters from comments. Oh, from those lovely ladies that go out of their way going, "Can I hold your hand?" And I go, oh, "What?" Freestyle beatbox. Also, nah. That's I'm very not creative when it comes to beat making. Just why I don't make good beat music. But yeah, thanks for coming out. Thanks for hanging out. If you guys want to support the channel and just me in general, you can by just sharing the videos and just watching them, sharing them with all your friends and family, Discord servers, and all that fun stuff. Just getting the word out there and getting eyeballs on these bad boys. But if that isn't enough for you, then we have a Patreon. We have a YouTube subscription thing so that you can subscribe to me and I can give you some content in return, even though none of it's pretty much nothing's really worth it, to be honest. I do some behind the scenes stuff or some work in progress stuff on Patreon and the YouTube. Whoa, thank you. Oh, thank you, Annie. You're too kind. Yeah, feel free to follow me on Twitter, Tumblr, Mumbler, Instagram, Forham, MySpace, not Facebook or TikTok. I don't really post much on there. Instagram, Twitter, YupTup. Yeah, all the good places. Join the Discord if you want. It's a good time. We hang out in there. We're family. We're a family now. Ugh. Oh, you find it worth it? All right, guys. Then never mind. The Patreon is very worthwhile. Please join the Patreon. We get all the goods. You get the goods in there. Even though, no, never mind. It's a good time. How can we find you on YouTube? You can find me on YouTube by typing in Densle in the search bar. I luckily am now popular enough to actually come up as a result, so that's pretty cool. Feel free to subscribe to the second channel where I post where is it? Where I post the director's commentaries. So if you watched any of the previous videos and said to yourself, wow, how did he do that? There's a high chance I might have talked about it in Morning Turnips, in Boxes, or in the Collector. check those out if you like. It's a pretty good time. All the music is also widely available on not DistroKid. I don't use DistroKid. On Bandcamp. All the music on here is free if you want to use any of it in your own videos and stuff. But it's also available on Spotify. If we go into yonder and go into Dongle here, it's also on Spotify, and it's on iTunes. It's on Deezer, not Pandora. Well, it's half my library's on Pandora because for some reason they just won't upload my stuff there, despite me sending it to them. And some other foreign sites that I'm not aware of. So if you want to help support me as well, you can just listen to the music on anywhere there. All the proceeds go back to the channel. We also got merch. Link in the description. We got hoodies and sweaters. We got hoodies and sticker and mug and button and hat and sweater apostrophe S and yeah, it's a good time. Remember to look both ways when crossing the street. That's pretty much it. I can actually now start closing all this stuff down. Let's go. Come back next week? Question mark. When I begin the next video. No cheese? A shame. I don't have cheese. I'm sorry. But yeah. Video. Lolly, can you do a backflip for us, baby? She gets up and she goes, wow, that's wild. She actually did it. Tom, aren't you surprised about that? Oh, I guess he's not. Never mind. Yeah, he is. Look at him. He's like, wow, I gotta clap for that. And yeah, I love you guys. After party in the Discord. And stay wonderful. Yeah, that's... Oh, I didn't even do the sound thing. This is supposed to be doing that. Oh, I'm so sorry. That could have been so cool. Yeah, no, there's nothing else that I have to really say. Thanks again for coming, guys. I'm gonna hit the end stream button. Have yourselves a great rest of your day, or Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Have a great life, and I'll catch you guys on the flip. And mwah, I love you. Take care, and remember to eat your greens, because greens are pretty good.